Several days later, while Jahan was cleaning out the barn, Olef the lion tamer appeared by his side. He said, "Someone sent you a message." "Who?" Jahan asked, a crack in his voice. "Haven't seen the chap myself. He gave it to a guard so that he'd pass it to you, so I am told." Thus saying, Olef produced a folded piece of vellum. "I am illiterate," said Jahan quickly, as if hoping this would shield him from the contents of the letter. Nor was it exactly true. With the help of Taras the Siberian, he had been studying the alphabet. Having discovered the key to the mystery of letters, he had started to wade through books, though handwriting he still found difficult. "There's nothing to read." "I've checked it," said Olef. Jahan took the vellum and opened it. There on the smooth surface of the skin was a picture. An elephant, quite badly drawn, but an elephant nonetheless, and on his back a boy with large ears. The animal carried a smile on its shapeless face and looked happy, while the boy had a spear through his heart. 3 drops trickled from the end of the spear. Only these had a color, a deep dark red, for they were made with blood. "I don't know what this means," said Jahan, his jaw set tightly, and pushed the letter away. "Fine," said Olef after a brief lull. "In that case we shall destroy it and not mention it to anyone. But whoever this person is, you better start thinking about what you're going to do if he shows up. The walls of the palace are high but not high enough to protect you from evil." The second time the Sultana visited the menagerie, there was something in her attitude towards the elephant that hadn't been there before, a speck of approval, nigh on appreciation. Again her skirt swished by, again Jahan threw himself on the ground, again her entourage waited to one side, so silent they might have ceased to exist. And once again Mirama watched it all with a suppressed smile. "They say your elephant was brave," Hurrem remarked without so much as glancing in the mahout's direction. "Yes, your highness. Chota fought well," said Jahan. He did not tell her how the animal had gored soldiers, and how he still felt guilty about having taught him to do so. But not you, I heard. Is it true you were scared and ran away and came back shivering with fear?" Jahan's face turned ashen. Who could have whispered such things behind his back? Reading his mind in one swift glance, Hurrem said, "Birds. Pigeons. Bring me news from everywhere." Try as he might to remain indifferent, Jahan believed what she said. In his mind's eye he saw the birds of the aviary flying far and high, carrying in their beaks tidbits of gossip for the Sultana. "I also heard that your elephant was the people's darling. Everybody loved it. They applauded the white beast more than they applauded the Janissary Aga." Hurrem paused, waiting for her words to sink in. Jahan knew this was true. Even the commanders in the army had not been showered with as much love as Chota had. Meanwhile, Hurrem went on. "I have been thinking. Our sons, the 2 princes, shall be circumcised. There'll be a parade. A big one." Uneasiness came over Jahan as he wondered where this was going. "Your Eminent Sultan and I would like to see the elephant perform." But already she had turned on her heels. "But what, Indian?" Instead of syllables Jahan produced beads of sweat. "Beware, there are some people who are not taken with you. They think there is something untrustworthy about you. They say you and the beast should be sent to that ruined church to stay with the other big animals. They are right. But I have faith in you, young man. Don't betray my trust." Jahan swallowed. "I won't, your highness." It was a habit of Hurrem's to threaten and sweet-talk interchangeably. breathing down people's necks to make it clear she could crush them should she have the desire to do so, then tossing a flattering remark or two, leaving them confused, beholden. Jahan, however, had no way of knowing this and would learn of it only in time. She strutted away, her chambermaid scurrying to keep up with her. Once again, two figures stayed behind. Princess Mirama and Hesna Khatan. My lady mother seems to be fond of the white elephant, Mirama said. Witheringly, like a girl imitating her parents' tone. If you entertain the crowd, well, mother will dote on you. If mother dotes on you, you and your beast will be happy. Chota doesn't know any tricks, Jahan said in a voice so low he wasn't sure if he actually said it. I remember you saying that. Mirama gestured to her nursemaid, who produced a dozen circlets from the inside of her long, loose jacket. Here, start with these. Dada and I will come and check how you are getting along. That week Jahan spent every afternoon tossing circlets to Chota, all of which the elephant ignored. Circlets would be replaced by hoops, hoops by balls, and eventually, balls by apples. Only the latter worked. Chota cared to catch apples so that he could send them to his stomach. Even so, Mirama and her nursemaid came every day. When Chota learned a new trick, the princess commended him and rewarded him with sweet treats. When the beast failed, she encouraged him with even sweeter words. Once again, the white elephant had brought the princess and the mahout together. Yet they were not children any longer. Both had grown fast. And, although they tried not to glance at each other in that way, they could not help but notice the changes in each other's bodies. Meanwhile, Hesna Khatan was the sullen, silent witness of all. Jahan taught the princess the things he had learned since he had arrived at the menagerie. He showed her how to tell an oak tree's age by counting the rings inside its trunk, how to preserve a butterfly, how resin turned into dazzling amber. He told her how ostriches could run faster than horses or how the stripes on every tiger were unique in the way the fingerprints of humans were. She, too, began to confide in him. Little by little, she told him about her childhood, her brothers and her mother. Being the only daughter amid boys, one of whom was destined for the throne, she had felt lonely, she said. They loved me but they never paid enough attention to me. I was different. Because I was different, I was lonely. Can you understand that, Jahan? Jahan nodded. That was the one thing he understood well, the loneliness that came with being different. The one person Mirama would never talk about was her father. Both the mahout and the princess were behaving as though the Sultan wasn't there, in the midst of their lives. Yet, deep inside, they both knew that if he were ever to hear of these garden escapades, all hell would break loose and Jahan would not only lose his job but in all likelihood be sent to a dungeon, where he might be forgotten till the end of time. Before the circumcision celebrations, the plague arrived. First appearing on the outskirts of the city, in the hovels by the port of Scutari, it spread faster than wildfire, jumping from one house to the next, the curse scattered in the wind. Death settled over Istanbul like a fog that wouldn't lift, seeping through every hole and crack. It fluttered about in the sea breeze, frothed in the yeast of bread, brewed in the thick, bitter coffee. Little by little people stopped going about. Shrinking from gatherings, they sank into solitude. The splash of oars and the murmurs of oarsmen could not be heard even on the quietest evenings. No one wished to journey from one shore to the other if they didn't have to. Never had Istanbulites been so afraid of standing out in the crowd. Never had they been so afraid of offending God. For he had a peevish disposition, the God of the early days of the plague. People were forever worried about the wrong word escaping from their lips, the wrong hand touching their skin, the wrong smell filling their nostrils. They bolted their doors and darkened their windows to avoid the sun rays that spread the disease. Each quarter became hedged in, each street a citadel no one ventured beyond. They spoke in hushed tones, hunched their shoulders and dressed down, wrapped up in modesty. Coarse fabric was substituted for fine linen cloth. Elaborate headdresses were abandoned. Golden coins, thrust into jugs, locked into chests, were buried deep. The wives of the wealthy hid their jewelry and slipped into the garments of their handmaids in the hopes of gaining God's favor. Promises were made to go on pilgrimage to Mecca this year and to feed the poor in Arabia. Istanbul was bartering with God, offering habits, offering sacrificial lambs, offering prayers, losing. Yumrukuk they were called, too pretty a name for the swellings that appeared on the armpits, thighs, and necks of the victims. Upon closer inspection, some saw the unmistakable face of Israel. A sneeze was an ominous sign, people flinched when they heard one. That is how it began. The body broke into boils that swiftly grew bigger, darker. Then came the fever, the vomiting. It was in the wind, they said, the night air, soiled like grime, was infested with miasma. The rooms in which the victims met their end were scrubbed with vinegar, whitewashed with lime, sprinkled with holy water from Mecca, then abandoned. Nobody wanted to linger in a place with a resentful ghost. That the rich and mighty were also dying was consolation for some, a sign of hopelessness for others. When a man fell sick, his wives would start quarreling about who would attend him. Ordinarily, the eldest, or the baron, if there was one, wife would take over. At times a concubine would be sent for. There were men who had 4 wives and a dozen concubines but still breathed their last alone. The corpses were carried on carts pulled by oxen, the screech of wheels pulsating on the cobblestones and a sharp tang following along. The cemeteries on the slopes of hills grew overfull, bloated like the sheep slaughtered, skinned, and hung from trees uneyed. The grave diggers made each new pit deeper and wider than the previous one, at times burying bodies by the dozen. They kept it to themselves that most of the dead had been neither washed nor shrouded. Some were laid to rest without so much as a gravestone. Grief was an indulgence only. A few could afford. Death had to stop harassing the living for the dead to be properly mourned. When the plague had gone, only then would kin and kith beat their breasts and shed their tears to their heart's content. For now, grief was pickled and preserved, kept next to the salted meat and dried peppers in the cellars, to be partaken of in better times. Ships were sent back without having offloaded their merchandise, caravans were ordered to change their routes. The malady had sprung from the west, like all evils. Travelers, wherever they might be coming from, were met with suspicion. Runaways, itinerant dervishes, nomads, vagabonds, gypsies, anyone without roots was unwelcome. Midsummer, the disease seized the Grand Vizier Ayaz Pasha, a man believed to be all-powerful. His death unsettled the seraglio. Suddenly, even the walls of the palace were not strong enough to keep the contagion at bay. That same week, 4 concubines got infected, fear darker than coal swirling in the corridors of the harem. They said Hurrem shut herself in a chamber with her children and refused to see anyone other than the Sultan. She cooked her own food, boiled her own water, even washed her own garments, distrusting the servants. In the menagerie 3 trainers died, each in the springtime of life. And Taras, the Siberian, hid in his shed for days, for everyone hated him, still alive, old and frail as he was. Gone were the days when people didn't want to be seen on the streets. They hurried to mosques, synagogues, and churches to pray and repent. Repent and pray. Their sins had brought the calamity, the ones they had committed and were sure to commit. It was God's wrath. The flesh was weak. No wonder black roses bloomed on their bodies. Jahan listened to these words, his heart pulsing in the hollow of his throat, believing and disbelieving. Had God created humans, with their foibles, just so as to be able to punish them afterwards? We trespassed, said the imams. Sin entered the world, said the priests. Repent we must, said the rabbis. And the people did, thousands of them. Many turned pious, none more so than the Sultan. Wine was forbidden, winemakers punished, musical instruments were burned in bonfires, taverns were closed. Brothels were sealed, opium dens remained as empty as discarded walnut shells. The preachers spoke only about pestilence and profanity and how they were intertwined, like the plate of an odalisque. Then, as if in unison, people stopped saying it was because of them. It was others who had brought this upon the city, others with their impiety and debauchery. Fear turned into resentment, resentment into rage. And rage was a ball of flame you could not hold in your hands for too long, it had to be thrown at someone. In late July a mob entered the Jewish neighborhood around Galata Tower. Doors were marked with tar, men were beaten, a rabbi who resisted was cudgeled to death. A Jewish cobbler was rumored to have poisoned all the wells and cisterns and creeks in Istanbul, spreading the disease. Dozens had been arrested and had already confessed to their crime. That the confessions were obtained under torture was a detail to which no one paid attention. Had the Jews not been expelled from towns in Saxony only a few years ago, and many more burned at the stake in the lands of Frangistan? There was a reason why they carried calamity wherever they went, an ill omen following them like a shadow. They kidnapped children to use their blood in dark rituals. The charges grew like a river swollen with rain. Finally, Sultan Suleiman issued a firman. The local Qadis would not be able to give verdicts on blood libel, and the few judges who now took on such cases wished not to do so. The accusations waned. It wasn't the Jews. It was the Christians. They never went to Hammam, dirty to the core. They did not wash after they coupled with their wives. They drank wine, and, as if this was not sin enough, they called it the blood of Jesus, whom they dared to name God. Worst of all, they ate pork, the meat of an animal that wallowed in its own filth and devoured decayed flesh with maggots. The plague must have been contracted from pig-eaters. The same folk who had terrorized the Jewish streets were seen attacking the Christian quarters later on. A saddler in Iup assumed the leadership of the throng. He preached that the Jews and the Christians were people of the book and, though in error, they were not evil. It wasn't they who were the culprits. It was the Sufis, with their chanting and whirling. Who could be more dangerous than someone who called himself a Muslim and yet had nothing to do with Islam? Did they not say they had no fear of hell and no wish for heaven? Did they not address God as if he were their equal and even said there was God under their cloak? Blasphemy had brought on the doom. Mobs patrolled the streets, wielding truncheons, hunting for heretics. They were neither stopped by the Subashi and his guards nor Arrested afterwards. On Friday, after the evening prayer, they set upon the twisting streets of Para. Men, and boys as young as 7, with torches in their hands, joined by more. Along the way, delved into the houses of ill repute, dragged out the whores and pimps, and set the buildings on fire. One woman, who was so fat she could barely move, was tied up to a pole and whipped, crimson paths on rolls of flesh. A Hunsa asterisk was stripped naked, spat upon, shaved from head to toe and dunked into shit. But it was a dwarf woman, they said, who bore the brunt of it, though nobody quite knew why. She was rumored to be quite close to the chief white eunuch and capable of many a contrivance. The next morning, shortly after dawn, stray dogs found her caked in blood and faces, her nose broken, her ribs crushed, yet somehow still alive. Only when the mob, now ready to punish the gentry, began to boast of marching to the palace did the Subashi intervene, arresting 11 men. They were hanged the same day, their bodies left swinging in the breeze for everyone to see. By the time the plague left, Istanbul was 5,742 souls fewer in number and the cemeteries were full to bursting. The same week Jahan received another nasty letter, this one clearly signed by Captain Gareth. With the help of a kitchen boy he sent the seaman the few coins he had put aside, hoping this would keep him quiet for a while. Laden with such worries, he was slow to pick up the new gossip in town. Lutfi Pasha, the man who had recommended the right builder for the bridge over the river Pruth but then disagreed with him, had taken the place of the late Grand Vizier Ayaz Pasha. And the chief royal architect, who had passed away of old age, had been succeeded by none other than Carpenter Sinan. It was the talk of the town that 2 men who did not get along had been promoted, by some twist of fate, exactly around the same time, as if God wished to see whether they would clash, and, if so, who would survive. Proud and august, for over 1,000 years the hippodrome had seen no end of festivities, always packed, always rowdy. The spectators were men of all ages. Should they like a show, they roared and laughed and sat upright, as though they had a hand in the performance. Should they not take delight in what they saw, they stamped their feet, uttered curses, threw whatever was in their hands. Easy to amuse, hard to please, the audience had changed little since the time of Constantine. Far off, in the middle of the wooden stalls, stood a terrace adorned with golden tassels. Inside was Sultan Suleiman, seated on a high chair from where he could see and be seen. Tall and lithe, he had a long neck and a short beard. He was attended by the Grand Vizier Lutfi Pasha, who had been married to the Sultan's sister, and other members of the Divan. Separated from the Sultan by brocade hangings was the Sultana, surrounded by her handmaidens. Silk curtains and latticed panels shielded the women from the crowd's eyes. Other than those few from the imperial harem, there were no females present. Foreign emissaries had been ushered into a separate booth. The ambassador of Venice sat upright with a distant look in his eyes and a sapphire brooch on his zamara that had not escaped Jahan's attention. Next to the Venetian were the envoy of Ragusa, the delegates of the Medici of Florence, the Podesta of Genoa, the legate of the King of Poland and eminent travelers from Frangistan. They were easy to recognize, not only because of their garments but also because of their expressions, a mixture of disdain and disbelief. The festivities had been going on for days. At night, flooded with light, Istanbul shone brighter than the eyes of a young bride. Lamps, torches and fireworks punctured the gloom. Caiques glided along the waters of the golden horn like shooting stars. Confectioners paraded with sugar sculptures of manating sea creatures and birds with feathers of every color. Up and down the streets, giant frames of flowers were displayed. So many sheep were butchered that the creek behind the slaughterhouses ran crimson. Page boys scurried about, humping trays of rice dripping with fat from sheep's tails. Those who'd had their bellies filled and quenched their thirst with sherbet were treated to zerty *4. Once, the poor and the rich tucked into the same dishes. Those who'd had their bellies filled and quenched their thirst with sherbet were treated to zerty *4. Once, the poor and the rich tucked into the same dishes. The two princes had been circumcised alongside 100 poor boys. Sons of candle makers, lime burners, and cadgers had wailed together with the royal highnesses. Now lying in bed, clad in gowns, 102 of them sobbed whenever they recalled the distress they had gone through, and chuckled at the shadow play being performed to make the memory go away. Jahan, wide-eyed and terrified, walked in the midst of the frenzy. He had been asked to perform with Chota on the last day. Early in the morning he had brought the elephant to the barns beside the hippodrome. Much as he hated the fetters around his feet, Chota had settled down, munching apples and leaves. Jahan envied his aplomb and wished some of it would rub off on him. The night before, the mahout had slept in fits and starts, his lips had bled from his constant chewing of them. Other animals made an appearance ahead of them: lions, tigers, monkeys, ostriches, gazelles, and a giraffe newly shipped from Egypt. Falconers paraded with hooded birds, jugglers tossed rings, fire-eaters devoured flames, and a tightrope walker crossed a hawser stretched high above. Then came the guilds. Stonecutters carrying hammers and chisels, gardeners pushing carts of roses, architects with miniature models of the mosques they had built. At the head of this last guild strode Sinan, wearing a kaftan trimmed with ermine. When he noticed Jahan, he gave the boy a warm smile. Jahan would have returned one in kind had he not been so anxious. At long last it was their turn. Praying, Jahan opened the gates, letting Chota out. Passing by a lonely obelisk, brought here from Alexandria by the Emperor Theodosius long ago, they ambled down the track beaten by hundreds of feet and hooves. Light reflected off the tiny mirrors sewn on Chota's mantle, green velvet embroidered with purple patterns, courtesy of the Sultana. Upon seeing them, the audience hollered with joy. Jahan walked in front of Chota, holding his reins, though the truth was that the elephant set his own pace. When they reached the royal terrace, they came to a halt. Jahan laid eyes on the Sultan. He looked solid, imperturbable. To his left was the partition behind which the Sultana and her women had taken seats. Even though Jahan could not get a glimpse of Hurrem, he felt her distrustful eyes piercing him. The thought that beautiful Miramah, too, was there, watching his every gesture, doubled his worries. His mouth went dry, his stomach lurched, his legs trembled as he bowed down. Still shaking, he dug into his pocket and produced a yarn of wool. This he tossed to Chota. The elephant caught it with his trunk, threw it back to him. They repeated the trick a couple of times. Jahan took out the sparkling rings that Miramah had given him. He threw them, one at a time, to Chota, who snatched each one out of the air, waving and flinging it aside, as if he didn't care. He then swayed his huge body to and fro, dancing. The audience hooted with laughter. Raising his cane, Jahan scolded him. Chota stood still, ashamed. It was part of the show, like everything else. As a sign of peace the boy handed Chota an apple. In return Chota plucked the daffodil fastened to the mahout's robe and Gave it to him. More laughter from the spectators. Next Jahan balanced a cone on his head. He added another cone, then another. Stacking 7 of them in total. He shouted, "Up!" With his trunk the elephant grabbed him by the waist and placed him above his neck so gingerly the cones remained intact. "Down!" Jahan ordered. Slowly, laboriously, Chota crouched. Still on his back, Jahan steadied himself. The wind drying the sweat trickling across his face. Having no knees, elephants found it hard to bend down. Jahan was hoping the Sultan of the land and the sea would understand and appreciate. No sooner had Chota managed to squat down than Jahan opened his arms wide and bellowed in triumph. Simultaneously, he saw something coming towards them fast. With a thud it fell on the ground. Jahan jumped off, picked it up. It was a pouch filled with coins. A generous gift from Sultan Suleiman. The Mahout bowed, the elephant trumpeted, the audience went wild. Then came the final act. Chota, representing Islam, would confront a wild boar that stood for Christianity. It was a play habitually performed by a bear and a pig, but, since the elephant was more majestic and clearly the darling of the public, at the last minute the role had been assigned to Chota. The moment Jahan saw the hog, swinging its tusks, scraping its hooves, his insides twisted into a knot. The brute was smaller than Chota, for sure, but there was a madness in it, a rage whose source he couldn't place. As soon as its chains were removed, the animal made for them like an arrow. It could have gored Jahan's thigh had he not dodged it in time. The audience chortled, ready to side with the hog, should the Mahout and the elephant disappoint them. Jahan wasn't the only one paralyzed. To his dismay, Chota was rooted to the spot, eyes half closed. Shouting, Jahan nudged him with his cane. He uttered honeyed words, promising sweet treats and mud baths. Nothing helped. The elephant that had fiercely assailed enemy soldiers and killed several on the battleground had gone numb. The hog, having lost interest in the elephant, circled then charged Jahan, knocking him to the ground. "Hey, here!" Out of nowhere Mirka the bear tamer appeared, shouting to draw the hogs' attention. He carried a spear in his hand, his beast lumbering behind. The two of them were familiar to this game. The bear growled. Furiously grunting, the hog attacked with its mouth wide open. Jahan watched it all as if through a veil. The sounds, though terrible, were muffled by the din of the crowd. The bear, its curved claws sharpened, slashed and ripped, gutting the hog. The animal's intestines gushed out, releasing a sickening smell. Its back legs twitched and kicked. A shriek rose as life abandoned its body, so fierce and unearthly that it pierced the spectators to their very marrow. Stepping on the dying hog with his boot, Mirka saluted his audience. Instantly, he was rewarded with a pouch. As he grabbed it, he looked at Jahan with a smirk he didn't bother to hide. Behind him, small as a mouse, Jahan averted his gaze, wishing with all his heart for an earthquake that would swallow him up. While the Mahout was considering vanishing, the elephant was getting incensed. Some of the spectators had been hurling pebbles at him. Chota flapped his ears and trumpeted. Seeing their success in upsetting so large a creature, the audience began to throw other things, wooden spoons, rotten apples, metal scabbards, chestnuts from a nearby tree. Jahan urged Chota to stay calm, his voice no more than a mosquito buzz in the uproar. All at once, the elephant charged straight for the stalls. Baffled, Jahan ran. Behind him, waving his arms, yelling. He watched faces in the audience change. From astonishment to terror. People scurried left and right, screaming, trampling on those who had fallen down. Jahan caught up with Chota, yanked his tail. The animal might have crushed him, but the mahout wasn't thinking. Guards with swords and spears circled them, though none seemed to know what they were doing. In the commotion, Chota tore down the banners, squashed ornaments and plowed into the booth of foreign emissaries. In trying to get out of the beast's way, the Venetian envoy took a headlong tumble, his precious zamarra tearing as someone stepped on it. Jahan saw the sapphire fall off. In a trice he stepped on it. And, certain that no one was looking, he grabbed it and hid it in his sash. When he turned to the elephant again, to his horror he found Chota by the royal terrace. Sultan Suleiman had not budged. He stood erect, his jaw jutting out, his face unreadable. The Grand Vizier was the opposite. Foaming at the mouth, he barked orders here and there. As if he had sensed the man's hatred, the animal moved directly towards the vizier. He snatched the man's turban off his head and swung it in the air, as if it were another trick he had practiced. Guards! Lutfi Pasha shouted. Out of the corner of his eye Jahan saw an archer aiming at Chota's head. With a cry he dashed towards the man, who, only a second before, had loosed his arrow. A sharp pain burned his right shoulder and he let out a howl. He wobbled on his feet and collapsed. At his voice the elephant slowed down. So did the people. In the first rows. Stunned into silence, they now stared at the mahout bleeding on the ground. It was then that the Sultan, slowly and calmly, stood up and did something no one was expecting. He chuckled. Had Chota attacked the lord of the land and the sea instead of the vizier, what might have happened was unimaginable. But, as things stood, the Sultan's mirth saved his life. Someone fetched Lutfi Pasha's turban, soiled and flattened, and handed it reverentially to him. The vizier grabbed it from the man's hands, but refused to put it on his head. One by one the audience returned to their seats. Oblivious to the wreckage he had caused, Chota stomped towards the exit. What ve you done, imbecile? Jahan hollered from the stretcher he was being carried on. They'll chop off your balls, send you to the slaughterhouse, cook you with cabbage and onions. And they will cast me into the dungeon. He would have loved to have kicked a bucket, punched a barrel, smashed a vase. Yet his body felt heavy while his mind spun round in circles. The only thing that outweighed this excruciating pain was his anger, aimed mostly at himself. A cart brought him to the menagerie, where Olef took one look at him and another at the arrow sticking out of his flesh and nodded at the Chinese twins. Both men disappeared, only to shortly return with a bag of opium. What's in there? What are the blades for? Asked Jahan. His neck was damp, his skin pallid, his lips cold. Curious lad, said Olef, as he placed medals of various sizes on a tray. I'm going to take that thing out. But how? No one answered. Instead they forced him to drink a foul-smelling greenish tea, maslik, which was made from dried cannabis leaves. Even the first sip made his head whirl faster. By the time he had finished the cup, the world had acquired a strange luminosity, with colors melting into one another. The opium was mashed into a pulp and spread over the wound. They carried him into the garden, so that he could benefit from the remaining daylight. Bite this, Olef instructed. Dazed, Jahan closed his teeth around the rag they shoved into his mouth. Not that it made much of a difference. When the arrow was pulled out his scream was so loud it sent the birds in the aviary flapping from their roosts. That evening, as he lay in bed aching all over, Sinan appeared by the door, his gaunt cheeks dim in the shadows. He sank down beside him, the way he had done on that battle's starless night. "You all right?" The boy winced in lieu of an answer, his eyes brimming with tears. "You're not good at performing tricks, are you? Entertaining people is not quite your thing," Sinan said. "Still, one has to admire your courage and your love for the elephant. Will I be punished?" "I think you've been punished enough. Our Sultan knows this. But Lutfi Pasha hates me." "Well, he doesn't approve of me either," said Sinan, dropping his voice a notch. "Because of the bridge. Because of defiance. He has not forgotten. He is used to having everyone worshipping his every word. Those who surround themselves with grovelers, who praise everything they do, will not forgive the honest man who tells the truth." Around them darkness gathered as Sinan asked the boy about his life. Jahan told him about his sisters, his stepfather, and his mother's death. For the first time since he came to the city, he told his true story, without lies and fabrications. There was no mention of Hindustan. "Will you go back?" asked Sinan. "I shall when I'm wealthy and strong. I need to hurry up, as I want to confront my stepfather before he gets too old." "So you want to return to revenge your mother?" "That's right. I swear I will, as God is my witness." Sinan lapsed into thought. "That sketch you sent me, whose mansion is that?" "Oh, it is the Grand Mufti's. I was there the day he tried the heretic. But I made a few changes to the house." "Why?" "I noticed it's quite windy up there, Effendi. The windows were made small for that reason, but they don't let enough light through. I thought if there was a gallery upstairs, covered with lattice work, there'd be more light and the women could watch the sea without being seen." Sinan raised an eyebrow. "I see. I thought the drawing was good." "Really?" Jahan asked incredulously. "You'd better learn algebra and measurement. You ought to gain an understanding of numbers. I watched you while we were building that bridge. You are smart, curious, and you learn fast. You can become a builder. You have it in you." "Pleased to hear this," Jahan said. "I liked helping with the bridge." Chota was happy, too. He doesn't like to be kept in the barn all the time. "You are a bright boy, Mahout. I want to help you. But there are many bright boys around." Sinan paused, as if waiting for his words to sink in. "If you wish to excel at your craft, you have to convince the universe why it should be you, rather than someone else." What a bizarre thing to say. Jahan blinked, hoping for an explanation, but there was none. Silence poured into the space between them until Sinan spoke again. "Take a look around. Every man you see here is the son of an Adam. Neither noble nor rich by birth. It doesn't matter who your father is or where you come from. All you need to do to climb up is to work hard. This is the way in the Ottoman palace." Jahan lowered his head. "You are talented, but you ought to be tutored. You must learn languages. If you promise to put your heart into this, I'll help you get lessons at the palace school. Men in the highest positions have been educated there. You have to strive as hard as they did, year after year." "I am not afraid of work, Effendi," said Jahan. "I know, but you must let go of the past," said Sinan as he stood up. "Resentment is a cage, talent is a captured bird. Break the cage, let the bird take off and soar high. Architecture is a mirror that reflects the harmony and balance present in the universe. If you do not foster these qualities in your heart, you cannot build. His cheeks burning, Jahan said, I don't understand. Why do you help me? When I was about your age, I was fortunate enough to have a good master. He is long dead, may God have mercy on his soul. The only way I can pay him back is by helping others, Sinan said. Besides, something tells me you are not who you seem to be. You and the elephant are like brothers. But you are no Mahout, my son. There is more to you, I believe. You have not told me the entire truth. The elephant is my family now, said Jahan, without quite meeting the architect's eye. Sinan let out his breath slowly. Get some rest, we shall talk again. As the master left the barn, a tear rolled down Jahan's face and dropped onto his hand. He looked at it in confusion. He had a wounded shoulder and aching limbs, yet he couldn't tell where his pain came from. Housed in the third courtyard, the palace school had 342 youths. The brightest Debsherm * boys attended the classes. They mastered Islamic law, hadith, philosophy, history of the prophets and the Quran. They studied mathematics, geometry, geography, astronomy, logic, and oration, and learned enough languages to wend their way through the Tower of Babel. Depending on their abilities, they excelled in poetry, music, calligraphy, tiling, pottery, marquetry, ivory carving, metalwork and weaponry. Upon graduation some went into high-ranking posts in the government and military. Others became architects and scientists. All of the tutors were male, some eunuchs. They carried long sticks, which they did not hesitate to employ to punish the slightest disobedience. The halls were silent, the rules strict. The children of Albanians, Greeks, Bulgarians, Serbs, Bosnians, Georgians, and Armenians were taken into the levy of boys, but not the children of Turks, Kurds, Iranians, and Gypsies. Jahan found the classes too hard to follow. He expected to be thrown out at any moment. Yet weeks passed by. Ramadan fell during midsummer. Suddenly, days were heavier, nights bursting with smells and sounds. Shops were open. Longer, funfairs teeming with people went on until late in the evening. The Janissaries, the scholars, the artisans, the beggars, even the addicts, many of whom bolted down on the sly reddish-brown paste that slowly, very slowly, dissolved in their bellies, helping them to cope with abstinence, were fasting. Even as Eid came and went, no one inquired about him and Chota. It was as if they all had forgotten there was an elephant in the menagerie. Jahan sank into gloom. He suspected the Grand Vizier of being behind this. Clearly, the man had not forgiven Chota for what had happened at the hippodrome and was biding his time to skin them alive. Little did he know that the dreaded Lutfi Pasha, the second most powerful man in the empire, the royal groom who had married Sultan Sulayman's sister, was in deep trouble. It all began when, in a house of ill repute near the Galata Tower, a whore by the name of Kamak * due to the lightness of her skin, refused to sleep with a customer, a brute with money but no mercy. The man beat her. Not satisfied, he took out the scourge that he carried with him and flogged her. Now that, according to the unwritten and unspoken rules of the bagnios of Constantinopolis, was beyond the pale. Ill-treating a whore was understandable, horse-whipping her, nowhere in the book. Everyone in the brothel ran to the woman's rescue, pelting the client with dung. But the man was not one to concede defeat. Foaming at the mouth, he complained to the cutty, who, fearing reprisal from the pimps, sought a middle ground. In the meantime, the incident had reached the ears of Lutfi Pasha. For quite some time the Grand Vizier had resolved to purge the streets of debauchery. Bent on shutting down the bawdy houses, he aimed to banish their fallen inhabitants to places that were so far away they would never be able to return. In the person of the flogged whore, he found the opportunity he had been waiting for. By punishing one he would teach a lesson to all loose women, of which there were too many in Istanbul. Casting aside the Cadi's verdict, Lutfi Pasha proclaimed it was the whore who was in the wrong and her genitals should be cut off. She would then be made to sit backwards on a donkey and taken around so that everyone could see what awaited the likes of her. A punishment of this sort had never been heard of before. When Sultan Sulayman's sister, learned about the sentence her husband deemed fit for an ill-starred woman, she was appalled. She, used to having her every whim obeyed, confronted the Grand Vizier, hoping to persuade him to change his mind. She waited till after he had been served with a mouth-watering supper. Soup of intestines, pheasant stew with onions, Uzbek pilaf with raisins and baklava, Lutfi Pasha's favorite, thinking that if she soothed his stomach, she could soothe his temperament as well. No sooner had the servants removed the low table, washed the couple's hands with rose water, poured their coffees and disappeared down the corridors of the house than Sultan murmured, as if to herself, "Everybody is raving about this prostitute." The Grand Vizier said nothing. An orange streak of light seeped in through the window, giving everything an eerie glow. "Is it true she'll be punished in such an awful way?" asked Sultan sweetly. "We reap what we sow," said Lutfi Pasha. "But is it not too harsh?" "Harsh? Nay, only befitting." "Have you no mercy, husband?" she asked, her voice tinged with contempt. "Mercy is for those who deserve it." Trembling, Sultan rose to her feet and said the words only she could dare. "Do not come to my bed tonight. Nor tomorrow night nor the ones after." Lutfi Pasha paled. His royal bride was surely the bane of his life. People who envied him for having her were fools. Marrying the Sultan's sister or daughter was a curse one could wish only on one's enemy. In order to wed her, he had to divorce his helpmate, the mother of his 4 children, of many years, for a Sultan's sister would never be the second wife. In return, had she shown him any gratitude? To the contrary. She carried not a drop of compliance in her blood. Frowning on everything he did, she poured scorn on him day and night, even when the servants were around. Hence, when the Grand Vizier opened his mouth, it was his frustration that spoke. He said, "Never been keen on your bed. Anyhow. How dare you?" Sultan said. "You who are a servant of my brother." Lutfi Pasha pulled at his beard, plucking a few strands of hair. "If I ever hear you've gone ahead with your awful punishment and made this poor woman suffer, be assured that you are no longer any husband of mine." She strode out of the chamber, leaving him boiling in his anger. The truth was that Sultan, like many others, had expected the Grand Vizier to spare the prisoner at the 11th hour. This would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He would send fear to the hearts of all who sinned and gather respect by showing clemency. Thus Sultan was greatly dismayed when one crisp morning, the sentence was announced by town criers and carried out. That same day, when Lutfi Pasha came home, he found his wife waiting, fuming. "Shame on you," she said, despite knowing that the servants were eavesdropping. "You are a stone-hearted man. Watch your tongue, wife. That's no way to speak to your husband. You call yourself a husband? You who can only beat hapless women." Beside himself with rage, Lutfi Pasha pushed his wife against the tiled wall. And slapped her. "I will not stay married to a demon like you," she said, crying, calling him names so contemptible even the gossipers would not repeat them the following day. Lutfi Pasha made a lunge for his mace. That was when a black eunuch dashed into the room, followed by the maidservants, the drudges, the scullery maids, the cook and the kitchen boys. Together they tied up his hands, gagged his mouth, and, with their mistress's blessing, knocked him around. The next morning Sultan Suleiman heard that his Grand Vizier had attempted to mace his sister. That was the end of Lutfi Pasha. Deposed from his rank, deprived of his wealth, he was exiled to Demotika so fast he did not have time to pack up his things or to bid farewell to anyone. Back in the menagerie, Jahan listened to all this, bewildered. How soon things changed and how low people fell and from what heights. Even those whom he thought untouchable. Or, perhaps, especially those. It was as if there were two invisible arcs, with our deeds and words we ascended, with our deeds and words we descended. One afternoon, immersed in thought, Jahan walked back from the palace school to the menagerie. As he approached his shed, he heard a cough that froze his blood. When he entered, he found Captain Gareth waiting for him. "Look who's comin'." Surprise. "I'm back from the deep. I thought I'd better see how my little thief was doing. He must have missed me." Jahan said nothing, lest his voice betray his fright. The man had been drinking again. He could smell the rank odor of beer on his breath. His teeth were lined up in his mouth like barrel staves black with tar. The captain kept his gaze steadfastly on the mahout. "What? You look like you've seen a ghost. I thought you were gone." "It has been a long time," Jahan confessed. "My ship fell through a hole at the bottom of the sea. Lost 18 men in the devil's worst storm. Lucky me, I survived but fell captive. I contracted ague. They thought I was dead. I been to hell and didn't like the damn thing, so I returned." "What, you're not happy to see me?" "I am." The man flashed him a look of distrust. "You been here long enough. What have you stolen? Show me. You must have a treasure trove by now, being the princess's pet." Jahan flinched at the mention of her name. How did he know about Mirama? There were spies everywhere. He said, as calmly as he could. "Manage, Effendi, it's not easy. The doors are guarded." I said, "What did you get for me?" Captain Gareth sharpened his voice, ready to use it like a weapon. His skin got a shade darker, including the scar on his face. Jahan had hidden the stolen things under the lilac tree. The captain immediately confiscated the sapphire brooch, but then made a weird sound, as though he were choking on his tongue. Jahan stared at him in terror, until he realized that the man was laughing. After he'd had a good cackle, he turned sullen. "Is this all? What do you take me for, an idiot?" "I'm telling the truth." In one swift move the man pulled a dagger from his jacket and held it to Jahan's throat. "I don't like liars. Never did. Give me one reason why I shouldn't skin you alive." The end of the blade piercing his flesh, Jahan swallowed hard. "I have got news. I am working with the chief royal architect. So we'll be building mosques for the Sultan. Lots of money comes in." The pressure of the cold metal slackened. Captain Crazyhead took a step backwards and regarded the boy as if noticing him for the first time. "Talk. The Sultan sets great store by the building Sinan raises for him and his Family. Imagine, he spends more coins on stones than on gems. Fine, then, the captain said in a rasping whisper. You couldn't steal from the palace. Steal from the building works. Earn your master's trust. Be a good lad. Get your hands on the cash. I saved your skin on that damned ship. Remember? Don't make me take the favor back. I won't, Effendi. You won't regret waiting this long. I shall bring you riches. Soon inshallah, said Jahan, and in that moment he believed what he said. By the end of the summer a new disease was clawing at the Ottoman land. Blisters, vomiting, fever, death. Shaitan's spittle they called it, those reddish spots. Many perished in a matter of days. Among them was Shehzad Mehmed. Only 21 years old, son of Suleiman and Hurrem, the apple of their eyes. The Sultan was devastated. Clad in coarse robes, refusing to see anyone, he devoted himself to prayer. Istanbul mourned with him. Lamps were dimmed. Voices hushed. Stores closed early, weddings and bar mitzvahs and circumcisions were kept in abeyance. The fishing boats circling the Sarai gate passed by soundlessly, as if grief were a sleeping baby not to be awakened. The storytellers in the bazaars, the wandering balladeers, the hawkers on the streets, even the minstrels who went to bed with songs and got up with songs, all fell silent. The only thing that disturbed the quiet was the rain. It pelted down in such abundance it was thought the sky was shedding tears for all and sundry. It was on a day such as this that Chota and Jahan were, for the first time, honored with a visit from the Sultan. Sunken cheeks, sallow skin, drooped shoulders. The Sultan was so unlike the man Jahan had saluted at the hippodrome that he might not have recognized him, were it not for the guards on his heels. Hastily, he bowed down. I remember you and your elephant, said the Sultan. Blushing, Jahan flinched from the memory of that ominous afternoon. How is your shoulder? It's fine, my lord. The beast, what does he eat? Tell me about it. This Jahan did. He raved about how Chota loved the mud, the water, and the food, all the while sensing that Sultan Suleiman needed not so much the information as the distraction from grief. He said if you wished to hurt an elephant you ought to go for the trunk. Having no bones, only muscles, the trunk was many things at once, a nose, an upper lip, an arm, a hand. Breathing, smelling, eating, drinking, sucking up water to shower themselves, scratching their ears, rubbing sleep off their eyes, there was no end to the things elephants could achieve with their trunks. Just as human beings were left or right-handed, so, too, were elephants left or right-tusked. Jahan concluded Chota was left-tusked. Strange that an animal so majestic has a tail this flimsy, said the Sultan. Do you think Allah is reminding us even the strongest have their weaknesses? Not knowing how to answer, Jahan fumbled for words. Mercifully, the Sultan went on, the chief royal architect told me you and the elephant would help him. That's right, your highness. Then be ready. You shall put the beast to work again. It was only later on that Jahan would find out what the lord of the land and the sea had meant. He had commissioned Sinan to build a mosque for his deceased son. In a fleeting world, where everything was here today and gone tomorrow, the endowment for the beloved prince would be of solid marble, solid stone. And this is how, on the 7th day of September, an auspicious time set by the chief royal astronomer Taqiyuddin, Jahan found himself on a construction site, watching the first spade pierce the earth. 40 sheep and 40 rams were sacrificed, their blood scattered onto 4 corners, their meat cooked in cauldrons and distributed among the poor and the lepers. Jahan noticed Abu Su'ud Effendi, with his high turban and flowing robes, in the crowd. Having become the Shaykh al-Islam, the chief religious officer, he carried himself with imperiousness. Seeing him up close sent a shiver down Jahan's spine. He recalled with a lingering ache the heretic Majnun Sheikh, his velvet voice, handsome face and unclouded gaze. He had not forgotten him. Then they were gone, the Sultan, the members of the Divan, the onlookers. Only the laborers were left behind. Hundreds of them. Jahan realized there were two kinds of men on a building site, the ones who never looked you in the eye and the ones who, at times, did. The former were the galley slaves. Shackles on their ankles, whipped into submission. Sailors, peasants, pilgrims, or travelers, whose lives had been reversed so abruptly they could not tell whether this was a delusion or whether the past had been a dream. Surviving on dried biscuits and thin soup, these Christian slaves erected Muslim shrines from dawn to dusk. Then there were those who, like Jahan, had volunteered. They were paid 2 aspers per day, given tastier food and were, overall, treated well. Masons, diggers, carpenters, joiners, smiths, glaziers, and draftsmen, each under his guild. Every expense was written down by a scribe and overseen by a foreman. Everywhere he turned, Jahan saw a flurry of activity. Steel pulleys, windlasses, winches, and hawsers. Earlier Sinan had the carpenters assemble a huge treadwheel crane. Groups of men took turns inside, at times walking, at times running, turning the wheel that hoisted the heaviest stones. Jahan thought there was something about a construction site that resembled the deck of a ship. In both there was the innate knowledge that any individual failure would be the failure of all, and success would be doled out in the smallest portions, shredded like the salted, dried meat in their soup. When putting up a building or sailing in the deep, you learn to watch over one another, and enforce togetherness. Emerged a brotherhood of sorts. A tacit understanding ruled across the ranks. You accepted that the task at hand was mightier than yourself, and the only way to forge ahead was by toiling together as one. So you buried the dislikes and the fights, unless a mutiny erupted, in which case the world would be turned upside down. Workmen were no less superstitious than seamen. One could not whistle, whisper or curse while hammering a nail. All three were invitations to Shaitan, who, once his company was requested, never failed to make an appearance. Should the nail puncture the wall upon Shaitan's arrival, his footprint would be embedded in the edifice till the end of time. It wasn't only Muslims who adhered to these rules. So did Christians and Jews. To ward off the evil eye they left a loaf of bread and a pinch of salt on the highest stone erected. At no stage throughout the construction did they wish to see a pregnant woman pass by, or anyone with red hair or bright blue eyes or a hare lip. Even Sinan could not convince the laborers to work beside a mason with flame-colored hair. Some creatures were unpropitious, frogs and pigs and goats with 3 legs. Others they didn't mind, snakes, scorpions, lizards, centipedes, and worms. Packs of stray dogs came and went. With the exception of those from the Shafi'i sect of Islam, the workmen enjoyed having dogs around, for they were loyal, appreciative. Spiders were treasured, as they had saved the Prophet Muhammad. Killing a spider, worse yet, squashing it underfoot, was a grave sin. One other animal deemed to be a harbinger of good fortune was, much to Jahan's delight, the elephant. Seeing omens in the sky and the earth, they observed nature, every passing bird, every tree root they hit. If there was a smell in the breeze, sharp and Pungent, they suspected someone was brewing a potion. Volunteers combed the area, east and west, occasionally returning with a fisherman, mendicant, or crone, whom they accused of sorcery and would have persecuted further had Sinan not interceded each time, telling them to let the poor person go. It was wrong to brag on a construction site. One should never rave about one's achievements and always remember to say Inshallah, because everything was in God's hands and nothing in theirs. Whenever there was a public hanging, some laborers snatched a sliver of wood from the gallows and wore it as an amulet, which Jahan never understood, for how could the misery of one man bring anything good to another? Sinan did not seem to mind these beliefs, though he clearly did not share them. Even so, Jahan would discover that he was superstitious in his own way. He had a talisman that he wore all the time. 2 circles, one inside the other. Both made of leather, one light, one dark. He fasted for 3 days before he embarked on a design. Upon finishing it, no matter how great the building, he would leave within it a flaw, a tile placed the wrong side up, an upended stone, or a marble chipped on the edge. He made sure the defect was there, visible to the knowing eye, invisible to the public. Only God was perfect. One of Sinan's loyal foremen was a Christian Arab from the mountains of Lebanon, named Snowy Gabriel. This man had hair, skin, eyelashes and eyebrows that were as white as alabaster. His eyes, much like a rabbit's, turned pink in the sun. Every now and then a newcomer would refuse to work under him, accusing him of bringing bad luck. Sinan would vouch for him, saying he had been born this way and was the best foreman in 7 climes. Chota helped, pulling cables, yanking tow ropes, carrying planks and positioning timbers. Once, while he was hauling up a marble column, the cord snapped, and the load came tumbling down. Snowy Gabriel would have been crushed had he not moved aside at the last instant. Yet, for the most part, the days were uneventful, the work dreary. Every morning the Mahout and the elephant left the palace and arrived at the site near the Janissary barracks. They paced the same road once the sun went down. By now the townsfolk had got used to the sight of them. Sometimes they waited en route, children mostly. Some, in their belief that the soil where an elephant trod had healing powers, collected clods of earth after they passed. Jahan observed closely everyone on the construction site, learning fast. But it was Sinan's apprentices that he was dying to know more about. They were closer to the master than anyone else. The 3 of them. The first, a slender, olive-skinned Anatolian who limped due to a childhood illness, was called Nicola. He would stare at a building, close his eyes, then draw it down to the tiniest detail. Tall and corpulent, the second was born in a forsaken village near the Iranian border and was raised by his grandfather after marauders had killed his parents. His name was Davad, his mind was sharp as a blade. The third was a mute by the name of Yusuf, a youth who so excelled at numbers that Sinan made him recheck each of his own measurements. His face was hairless, his eyes large and green. Due to an accident as a boy, both his hands had been burned and he wore gloves made of buckskin. There were workers who, if it weren't for fear of Sinan, would have given him a hard time. Knowing this, the mute apprentice, like the galley slaves, kept his gaze on the ground. At the slightest opportunity Jahan would tiptoe next to these 3 young men and peek over their shoulders at their designs. When he returned to the menagerie, he would imitate what he had seen, drawing on wet clay or dry sand. One part of him was determined to work hard and be like them. Another part thought only about what to steal, when to run away. And the chasm between was So deep and wide he was finding it increasingly difficult to cross. Sooner or later, he would have to choose one or the other. By January the weather had turned bitter. Icicles dangled from the eaves. Dangerously beautiful. Istanbul slept under a thick, white blanket. Still the construction carried on. The galley slaves wrapped rags around their feet. Their toes peeked out from scraps of cloth, aflame, swollen. On one of those mornings the elephant and the mahout departed from the palace at the usual time. Halfway through the ride a dog came running towards them, barking madly, as if it wanted to show them something. "Let's go and see what it wants," Jahan yelled from astride Chota's neck. With a swerve they began to follow the canine. The dog, delighted in getting the attention it wanted, turned left, heading straight to the embankment, where the water had frozen over the shoreline. The elephant sped up. "Hey, slow down." Before Jahan could finish his words, Chota stepped into the inlet, crushing the ice, sinking up to his belly. They halted, the elephant, the mahout, the dog. There was a corpse in the water, so close they could almost touch it. A concubine in all likelihood. Her skin had turned bluish-purple, her hair danced with the waves. Judging by her clothes and the jewel around her neck, she was from a wealthy household, perhaps the palace. Jahan ordered Chota to trudge ahead, determined to get his hands on the jewel. He was close to his aim when Chota stopped and refused to move. Perched on an elephant in chilly waters, trying not to panic but panicking anyway, feeling ridiculous, Jahan shouted for help. Fortunately, in a little while a carriage pulled by a donkey appeared. On it were 5 gypsies. Quietly, they studied the scene. "Shall we give a hand, Balaban?" asked one man to the tall figure in the front. "Yeah, help the woman." "Are you daft?" Jahan bawled. "She's already dead." "Save us first." The man called Balaban, still holding the reins in one hand, climbed atop the carriage. His face was chiseled, his nose crooked from being broken several times, his hair as long as a hermit's, and through his half-open mouth a gold-capped tooth showed. With an egret plume attached to his head where, he looked crazy and grand in equal degrees. "Talk to me like that again, I'll chop off your tongue and feed it to the cats." Jahan fell silent. He watched as the gypsies quickly made 2 swift nooses. They used one to catch the elephant by his trunk and the other to grab the body by its hand, pulling them ashore simultaneously. Chota moved hesitantly. A couple of times he staggered, almost sending Jahan into the water. When they reached land, Jahan jumped down with a sigh. He now remembered what the official had told him the day he and the elephant had arrived in the palace. So, these were the infamous gypsies, the half-tribe. Cautiously, he approached them. "You saved our lives. We're grateful." "We done it for the beast," said Balaban. "Got one ourselves." "Great animals." "You have an elephant?" asked Jahan incredulously. "Her name's Gulbahar." "Yours has a strange color, though," Balaban said as his gaze wandered. His men had grabbed the dead woman's necklace and were now sending her back to the waters. Jahan protested, "You can't do that. She should be buried properly. A bunch of gypsies show up with a corpse, you think they're going to thank us? They'll say we killed her, throw us in jail. We leave her here, dogs will tear her to pieces. She's safer in water." He grinned. "If you're wondering about that necklace, consider it a reward for our troubles. She doesn't need it anyhow." Jahan did not tell him he had had the same thought himself. Instead he asked, dropping his voice, "Do you think she was murdered?" I should have chopped off that tongue of yours, might do you good. Let me give you 2 pieces of advice. If you don't know what to do with an answer, don't ask the question, Balaban said. What's the second? Asked Jahan. Go take care of your beast. He's got frostbite. What? Jahan darted towards Chota, whose skin, covered with a flimsy coating of ice, was no longer white but a scary pink. The elephant was shivering. By now the gypsies had got back to their carriage. Jahan ran behind them. Don't leave, I beg you. I don't know what to do. There's only one cure, said Balaban. He needs strong liquor. Raki. Raki, said Jahan. Can you find any? Not easy. The beast is large. You need a barrel. The gypsies shared a savvy smile. If we bring you one, who's gonna pay us? Chief Royal Architect Sinan will, Jahan said, praying it would be true. Half a barrel of raki and several cups were brought. Were those, too, stolen? Jahan did not dare to ask. Diluting the drink with water, they dipped Chota's trunk into it. Perhaps to set an example to the animal, the gypsies each downed a cup. Then another. Meanwhile the elephant took a gulp and blew it out, wetting them all over. Yet he must have liked the taste, for he went back to the barrel and drank. This time he did not spew up. An hour later they reached the construction site, Jahan pulling Chota by the reins, the gypsies in their carriage, singing merrily. Where've you been? Sinan asked, his eyes darting from the elephant to the gypsies, from the gypsies to the elephant. We had an accident on the way. These men saved us, said Jahan. Is this animal drunk? Sinan said, watching the elephant sway. He turned to the gypsies. Are they? When he heard the story of the barrel, Sinan chuckled. I can't have a befuddled beast constructing a holy mosque. Go and don't come back until he's sobered up. Yes, master, Jahan said with a dry throat. Are you upset with me? Sinan sighed. You have a way of clinging to life. That's good. But curiosity could be a detriment if not guided. We should expand your training. Expand. You shall continue with your lessons at the palace school. In his spare time, Nicola can show you how to draw, Davud will instruct you in geometry, Yusuf in numbers. You'll become an apprentice to my apprentices. Not quite knowing what this meant but understanding the privilege, Jahan bent forward to kiss Sinan's hand. Thank you, master, I'm. Just then a deafening rumble pierced the air. They all ran in that direction, including the gypsies. Several planks had pulled free of their ropes, causing half the scaffolding to come tumbling down, miraculously not hurting anyone. Timber being expensive, so as to save wood, they had made scaffolding with the help of hawsers and dangled the planks from the abutments. Must be the evil eye, said Jahan, trembling. How many accidents in a day? Don't judge too soon, came a voice from behind. It was Balaban the gypsy, holding a rope in his hand. When he had everyone's attention, he said, with a perfunctory nod, this was no accident. Someone has cut the ropes. Why would anyone do such a thing? Asked Sinan. Balaban gave a sad smile. Who knows? Shaitan never runs out of excuses. There's no devil here, said Sinan. My laborers are hard-working people. If you say so, said Balaban. But take my word, Effendi. No harm in being careful. Maybe there is a traitor among you. If I were you, I'd keep my eyes open. The culprit was never found. Between the palace school, the menagerie, and the construction site, Jahan had barely any time to sit and think. Even his food he had to eat on the move. He understood that to be apprenticed to Master Sinan meant to have to work incessantly. Lately, the Shaykh al-Islam had ordered more mosques to be built far and wide. Decree after decree had been issued to inform the public that those who did not attend the Friday prayers would be made an example of. Every Muslim man, in towns and villages, was urged to pray 5 times a day and to join the nearest congregation. Since the number of mosque goers had doubled as a result, Sinan and the apprentices had more work than ever. No sooner had they finished the Shehzade Mosque than they set about the next construction. Jahan had not yet been able to pilfer any aspers from the coffers. Everything was painstakingly supervised and each expense put in writing. But, while he sought out ways to purloin goods for Captain Gareth and dreamed of inflicting harm on his stepfather, he had, unknowingly, become engrossed in the world of draftsmanship. He could not get any news about Miramah, let alone see her. Oddly, in her absence her significance had grown. Folding his heart like a handkerchief, he kept inside the memory of the afternoons they had spent together. He revealed his longing only to Chota, who was getting heavier by the day, his appetite bigger than his shadow. In the summer Sinan and the 4 apprentices began to work on their biggest venture yet, the Suleymaniye. The mosque that the Sultan commissioned for himself would glorify his name for eternity. Long before he settled on where to lay the first stone, Sinan had butchers haul carcasses of cows and sheep. These were suspended from iron rings and left to rot at various locations. Every few days Sinan inspected the meat. Where the decay was faster, the humidity was higher. Since damp gnawed into buildings the way moths ate into fabric, he avoided such spots. He went for a place where the air was dry and the earth solid enough to hold through an earthquake. Settled atop a hill, the mosque, like the sovereign after whom it was named, would keep an eye on the entire city. Each of the materials was chosen with care. Lead and iron were brought from Serbia and Bosnia, timber from Varna. The marble was from Arab lands, and from the site where King Solomon's palace had once been, the polished surfaces still reflecting the beauty of the Queen of Sheba. One giant column was from Baalbek, the Sun City. 17 pillars were removed from the hippodrome, disturbing the angry ghost of the Empress Theodora. There were hundreds of them, galley slaves and hired men. Almost half were Christians, a small number were Jews and the rest Muslims. Sinan had appointed a foreman to each division of workers to see to it that things ran smoothly. Even so, he constantly had to cross the site from one end to the other to make sure everything was in order. "Master, why don't you ride Chota?" Jahan asked. "He can carry you wherever you wish." "You want me to sit on the beast?" Sinan said, amused. Despite his hesitation when Jahan put the howdah on Chota and invited him to a ride, he did not decline. Before they set off, Jahan had a quiet word with the elephant. "Be kind with the master. Don't shake him much." In a steady rhythm they clomped around the construction site, and down the gravel path towards the sea, until the sound of hundreds of people working alongside one another had turned into a distant hum. Finally they stopped, watching a wispy fog rise from the shore. Sinan, a childish joy in his voice, said, "I can ride, it seems." From then on, day after day, the architect and the elephant would inspect the site together, the sight of them making the laborers smile. Everyone worked hard. The air hanging over their heads was thick with sweat and dust. But Istanbul was thousands of mouths backbiting, slandering, never satisfied. Such awful things they said. That Sinan had no aptitude for finishing such a lofty task. That he was embezzling wood and marble to enlarge his own house. That, having been born and raised a Christian, he could not put together a holy mosque of such massive proportions, and, even if he did, the dome would collapse on his head. There lies harrowed Jahan's soul. Time and again he felt like shouting at the top of his voice onto the rows of houses below, telling them to still their tongues. Every dawn he would wake up hoping the wind would disperse yesterday's rumors. Every night he went to sleep crushed under the weight of new accusations. One afternoon, they had a visit from the Sultan. As soon as Jahan heard the hoofbeats, he knew the gossip had reached the sovereign's ears and tainted his heart. The racket of mallets, saws, axes and hatchets came to a standstill. Into this silence, the Sultan rode like the wind. Pulling the reins of his horse, he glowered from high upon his stallion. He was attired in a modest robe of brown wool, gone were his caftans of atlas in dazzling colors. With age and gout he had become more pious. Leaving off wine, giving up pleasures, he had ordered the remaining musical instruments in the palace to be burned. By a decision of the Divan, the taverns, houses of ill repute and the recently opened coffee houses had been closed down. All fermented drinks, including boza, which was always in vogue, were forbidden. He frightened Jahan, this new Suleiman. Bowing, Sinan greeted him. Your Highness, you have honored us. Is it true what I've heard about you? Answer. Could my lord tell me what he heard about this humble ant? Sinan said. They say you've been wasting precious time with trims and frills. Is that true? I can assure my Sultan that I spare no effort for the outside and the inside of his mosque. I intend to build with the finest craftsmanship and enough, the Sultan cut in. I've no regard for decorations. Nor should you, if you're wise. I order you to finish at once. Not a day's delay. I want to see the dome, not the embellishments. Scolded in front of his workers and apprentices, Sinan paled. Yet when he spoke he sounded calm. They are inseparable, the dome and the embellishments. Architect. Have you not heard what happened to the draftsman of my forefather Mehmet Khan? He had the same name as you. An omen of things to come, you say. Sinan answered carefully, as though talking to a surly boy. I'm aware of his sad fate, your highness. Then you know what lies in wait for those who don't keep their promises. Make sure you're not one of them. When the Sultan left, they took up work again. Even so, it wasn't the same. There was something new in the air, the smell of despair. Although they neither shirked nor slowed their work, they felt daunted. If they would not be able to please the Sultan, what was the use of keeping their noses to the grindstone? Why work so hard when that work went unappreciated? During the next days Jahan waited for a chance to talk with Sinan. Only towards the end of the week was he able to approach the master. Surrounded by scrolls, his back hunched, he was drawing. Upon seeing him, Sinan gave a tired smile. How are your lessons coming along? I hope I can make you proud, master. I know you will. Master, the other day the Sultan mentioned an architect. The one who had the same name as yours. What happened to him? Oh, Attic Sinan, he paused, as if that said it all. Then he told the story. Attic Sinan had been the chief royal architect of Sultan Fatih, the conqueror of Constantinople. Diligent and dedicated, he had excelled at his craft. All had gone well until he started to build a mosque for the Sultan. Feda wished his mosque to be the most majestic building ever raised. That included the Hagia Sophia. For this purpose he had brought over the tallest columns he could find in 7 climes. When he heard that his chief royal architect had shortened these columns without first asking him, he was furious. He accused the architect of deliberately obstructing his aims. Poor Sinan tried to explain, as Istanbul was a city of earthquakes, he had to keep safety in mind, and had shortened the columns to make the edifice stronger. Feda did not like this answer. He had the architect imprisoned in the worst dungeon, where his hands were chopped off. He was then beaten to death. This talented craftsman of the Ottoman land died alone and in pain in a dark prison cell by the sea. Whoever doubted the story could go and read it on his gravestone. Jahan's bottom lip trembled. Until then he had always believed it was thieves and miscreants who lived on the edge of danger. Now he saw that even honest artisans dangled from the thinnest of cotton threads. Should the sovereign get upset, he would have them sent to the gibbet. How could one work under such strain? Sinan, watching him, put a hand on his shoulder. Talent is a favor of the divine. To perfect it one must work hard. This is what we must do. But aren't you afraid? My son, I dread the Sultan's wrath as much as you do. Yet that is not why I toil. If there were no hope of reward and no fear of punishment, would I work less? I don't believe so. I work to honor the divine gift. Every artisan and artist enters into a covenant with the divine. Have you made yours? Jahan made a sour face. I don't understand. Let me tell you a secret, said Sinan. Beneath every building we raise, it doesn't matter whether it's small or large, just imagine that below the foundations lies the center of the universe. Then you will work with more care and love. Jahan pursed his lips. I don't understand what that means. You will, said Sinan. Architecture is a conversation with God. And nowhere does he speak more loudly than at the center. Jahan was intrigued. Where is this place, master? Yet, before Sinan could answer, Snowy Gabriel came running in, his face ashen. My lord, we are doomed, the delivery. For weeks on end they had been waiting for a consignment of marble from Alexandria. Finally, the ship had arrived, but without the precious delivery. When questioned, the captain explained they had been caught in a storm so awful they'd had to dump half the freight. Nobody believed him, but nobody could prove otherwise either. Sinan had to make changes in his design, reducing the number of pillars. In his palace, Sultan Suleiman was getting more impatient with every passing day, as the mosque that was to bear his name fell further and further behind schedule. In the meantime, the splendid columns intended for the Suleymaniye mosque lay at the bottom of the Red Sea, castles for fish. Mahout? Where are you? Jahan ran out of the barn and held his breath at the sight of her. Dressed in her customary silks, dyed in rich blue, and, for once, alone, she gave him a look that was so tender he trembled slightly. You have honored us with your visit, he murmured as he knelt down. I have news for the elephant, she said and paused for a moment. She enjoyed watching him squirm with curiosity. The Austrian ambassador brought a painter to the court. An ambitious man, so I heard. They have asked my father's permission to make the beast's painting. What did our noble Sultan say? Well, he was going to say no, but after I spoke with him, he changed his mind. A painting would be nice, I persuaded him. In the courts of Frangistan, kings and queens, they are accustomed to having their likenesses made. Even Lowly merchants do so. Mirama added softly, ladies, too, imagine. Detecting a trace of longing in her voice, Jahan asked cautiously, would your Highness like to have her likeness painted someday? What a stupid question, she said. You should well know that is impossible. Jahan apologized in panic, unsure whether he had crossed a boundary or discovered a piece of information he was not meant to possess. How he wished he could tell her that he had, in fact, carved every inch of her face into the infinite space within his mind, so that each time he closed his eyes he saw her. Talking, frowning, laughing, her moon-like face in its many moods. I am no painter, but I can make a sketch of you, Your Highness, Jahan said. With a surge of courage. No one will know. Are you trying to tell me you will shamelessly draw my face and expect me to be happy about it? She said. From her tone Jahan could not fathom whether she was infuriated or mocking him. Yet the thought of them sharing a secret was so delicious he could not help but believe it to be true. She took a step closer. Why would I allow such insolence? Because, Your Highness, said Jahan, his voice now trembling, nobody sees you the way I do. He closed his eyes, waiting for the punishment that was sure to come. But Miramar remained strangely silent. Busbek, the Austrian ambassador, was an inquisitive man. Every time he was invited to the palace to discuss matters of state, he asked to be taken to the menagerie to see the animals afterwards. Such was his love for, and interest in, animals that he had filled the embassy grounds with as many of them as he could obtain. The locals called his garden Noah's Ark. He kept flat-horned stags, weasels, sables, lynxes, eagles, monkeys, reptiles with odd names, deer, mules, a bear, a wolf and, to the horror of his Muslim servants, a pig. His favorite animals were tigers, and chota. It was Busbek who introduced Melchior Lorix to the Ottoman court. Since he had arrived in the Ottoman land, the painter had drawn janissaries with muskets, camels with war drums, porters bent under their loads or ancient roadside ruins. He had two remaining wishes, to paint Ottoman women in their mantles and yushmaks, and to draw Sultan Sulayman's elephant. Now that he had received permission from the Sultan to pursue his second wish, life changed for Jahan and Chota. Twice a week the Mahout would bring the elephant to the ambassador's residence. Busbek believed there were two blessings in life, books and friends. And that they should be possessed in inverse quantities, many books, but only a handful of friends. When he realized Jahan was not the ignorant tamer he had taken him for, he began to chat with him, one foreigner to another. The Turks have a great respect for paper, said Busbek. If they see a scrap of it on the ground, they pick it up and put it somewhere high, so that it won't be trodden on. But isn't it odd that, while they revere paper, they don't have an interest in books? My master does, said Jahan. Yes, and we shall pray for his good health, said Busbek. Here's another thing that I find odd, the Turks have no sense of chronology. That's the first thing every foreigner needs to learn in this land. They muddle up historical events. Today succeeds tomorrow, and tomorrow might precede yesterday. From him Jahan heard a surprising thing. There was an elephant in his king's court. And he was named Sulayman. It's not an insult, Busbek assured. A sign of respect, I'd say. As Jahan listened to Busbek prattle on about animals and their ways, Melchior, wearing a verdigris robe and with a hard stare in his eyes, took Chota into the garden. Despite Jahan's reservations, he insisted on having the elephant pose under an acacia tree. He seemed a good man, and talented, yet a bit too full of himself, as artists tended to be. He had chosen his vocation over the objections of his parents, and his brows were drawn in a perpetual frown, as if somewhere in his mind he was still quarreling with them. No sooner had he positioned Chota and placed his easel across from him than the elephant reached out and grabbed a branch. "Hey, stop," yelled Melchior. Seeing what little effect his words had on the elephant, he turned to the mahout. "Is the beast starved?" "He's not. He's had a hearty breakfast," Jahan said. "Then why is he eating the leaves?" "He's an animal, sir." Melchior eyed Jahan coldly, trying to assess whether he was mocking him. "Next time before you come here, feed him better." Jahan did. Chota would eat double the amount of his daily morning ration. Then, upon reaching the ambassador's residence, he would devour the acacia leaves. After a few more attempts, the artist agreed to alter the setting. This time, Chota was posed outside against a snaky, sleepy street with rickety houses. Busbek watched them from the window of his room upstairs. Relations between the two empires had swiftly deteriorated, and the ambassador was now kept under house arrest. While Melchior worked with Chota, Jahan kept the ambassador company, benefiting from his wide knowledge of flowers and herbs. 2 months later, Melchior finished Chota's portrait. To celebrate, Busbek invited a number of guests: pashas, viziers, emissaries. Jahan was surprised to see that, although the ambassador was still forbidden to go out, people had no hesitation in visiting him. The easel was covered with a thick, white cloth. It stood in a corner, waiting for its moment. Melchior was wearing a robe of blue velvet, beaming with pleasure. Jahan wondered, not for the first time, if all artists were like this, thriving upon a drop of praise. Chota was at the end of the garden. The artist had insisted that the elephant should be part of the celebration. Jahan tethered him to an old oak tree to prevent him from stepping on someone. Before long, the ambassador announced it was time to unveil the painting. A murmur rose as the guests drew near. Since it was not a portrait of a human being, even devout Muslims were curious to see it. The cloth was removed and underneath, Jahan saw the most bizarre image. Chota didn't seem like Chota. His tusks were larger and sharper, he had a ferocious look on his face, as though ready to jump out of the frame and attack. The street and the houses and the sky were so real one could almost touch them. The painting exuded warmth. Impressed, everyone applauded. Busbek rewarded the artist with a pouch. He also tipped Jahan, thanking him for his help in bringing about a work of art. Melchior, reeking of wine, embraced the boy as well. An hour later, ready to leave, Jahan paused in front of the easel. That was when he saw, to his horror, that the top part of the painting was missing. Where there had been a fluffy cloud a while ago, there now was a large hole. Jahan turned to Chota, his heart hammering. The animal's rope had snapped. Whatever doubts he may have had about Chota's culpability disappeared when he noticed a smidgen of blue paint on one of his tusks. Wordlessly pulling Chota's reins, Jahan left the ambassador's residence. They closed the gate behind them, throwing themselves into the evening breeze. Jahan would never see Melchior again. He later heard that the painter had gone back to his own country and made quite a name for himself with his Oriental collection, though a painting of Sultan Sulayman's white elephant was not among his works. By the time Sinan and the apprentices were near the end of the Suleymaniye mosque, the Sultan's gout had become so severe that his legs, swollen and oozing from open sores, had to be swathed in gauze. He had on his hands the blood of those once dear to him, of his first Grand Vizier, Ibrahim, and of his eldest son, Mustafa. Both men had been the apple of his eye and yet were executed, one after the other, by order of the Sultan. Istanbul seethed with plots and conspiracies. Jahan thought they would not hear from the Sultan for a while. How wrong he was. Despite his grief and his illness he kept sending messages, his tone terse, restless. Then, one day, he was at the site again, in pain but glowering. He glanced at the half-finished mosque as if it were invisible to him. On his horse he cantered towards Sinan. "Architect, too much time has gone by. I'm losing patience." Sinan said, "I assure your majesty that I shall complete his mosque, God willing." "How much more time do you need?" 2 months, my lord." The Sultan stared at the sight, his eyes hard. 2 months it is. Not a day more. If the key is not delivered by then, we shall talk again. Once he had gone, the workers exchanged nervous glances. Nobody knew how they could possibly meet his demand in so short a time. Unrest boiled up like stew in a pot. Fretting that at the end of the 2 months the Sultan would punish them, the laborers started to talk about deserting. One day, as things were getting increasingly out of hand, Sinan asked Jahan to help him into the howdah. He was going to give a speech, from atop the elephant. "Brothers, there was a bee flying around this morning. Did you notice it?" No one answered. "I thought to myself, if I were that tiniest of creatures and if I could land on every man's shoulder and listen to the sounds in his head, what would I hear?" The crowd stirred somewhat. "I think I would hear worries. Some of you are uneasy. If we don't finish the mosque in time, we'll be in trouble, you say. Rest assured this won't happen. If our Sultan is not pleased, none of you will be worse off. Other than me." "How do we know our heads will not roll off next to yours?" a worker asked. Without revealing his face. Instantly a murmur of assent rose. "Hear me out. This place was a bare field. With us the holy mosque rose, stone upon stone. Winter and summer, we slogged together. You saw one another more often than you saw your wives and children." Whispers rippled throughout the site. "People will come here after we are dead. They won't know our names. But they will see what we've achieved. They shall remember us." "So you say," someone shouted. Sinan said haltingly, "If I fail, I fail alone. But if I succeed, we all succeed." "He thinks we're stupid," someone else ventured. They did not believe him. The man whom they had obeyed and respected all this time was suddenly seen as someone who was putting their lives in danger. "Brothers," said Sinan finally, "I see I cannot convince you. I shall put in writing everything I have said and seal it. Should anything happen, give my letter to our honorable Sultan. As a reward for your trust we will distribute tips." Their silence was approval enough. Thus Sinan wrote, in his elegant handwriting, that he was the sole person responsible for any failures related to the Suleymaniye Mosque. The success belonged to God, and then to the workers. The letter was signed and sealed, and buried outside the walls. If things went wrong, they all knew where to find it. The next morning no one failed to turn up. Bakshish were given out. Jahan managed to benefit from the disruption, snitching 50 aspers from the coffers. He silenced the guilt-ridden voice inside by reminding himself that he was not stealing from his master, but from the Sultan, who already had plenty. They picked up where they left off, working till late hours. Dozens of hands were brought in. Every unemployed stonecutter in the city was asked to join. Every carver, etcher, draftsman. Just when everyone thought he would be frozen with fear, Sinan was moving heaven and earth. His frenzy was contagious. Seeing him so driven, his apprentices strove harder. The expenses soared. Suleymaniye Mosque would cost the treasury 54,697,560 aspers. Even amid the whirl there was not a single feature the chief royal architect had not considered at length. The tiles, made in the ateliers in Iznik, were in vivid colors, turquoise, red, white. The beautiful thuluth that spelled out Allah, Muhammad and Al was completed by the court calligrapher, Molla Hassan. While people adored the decorations inside, most failed to understand how the buttresses had been incorporated into the walls. Very few saw how the side walls, freed from the burden of having to carry the dome, were dotted with numerous windows, so that the light poured in as warmly as milk from the breast of a mother to her infant. And even fewer were aware that each jutting stone inside the mosque was placed in such a way as to make the sounds in the mosque reverberate, allowing every member of the congregation to hear the sermons, regardless of how close or how far he might be seated from the imam. Murano glass oil lamps and mirror globes hung from the ceilings. Among them were ostrich eggs, dainty and delicate, tastefully painted, decorated with silk tassels, suspended from iron hoops. Miniature mosques of ivory were planted inside glass globes that dangled alongside each other. In the center was a massive gilt ball. After dusk, when the lamps burned and the mirrors cast back their light, the entire mosque looked as though it had swallowed the sun. And carpets, hundreds of them. In countless homes in Cairo and Kure, women and girls of every age had been weaving the carpets of Suleymaniye. The mosque was colossal, its dome majestic, its double-storied gallery was unusual, and its quadruple minarets pierced the sky. The central baldaquin's red granite columns were 4 in total, and were likened to the friends of the Prophet, the caliphs Abu Bakr, Omar, Osman, and Ali. Every verse from the Quran that was displayed inside was chosen by the Shaykh al-Islam Abu Su'ud. The calligraphy reminded Muslims to pray 5 times a day and never to deviate from the beliefs of the congregation. At a time of conflict with Shia Iran, the Ottoman rulers were adhering scrupulously to Sunni Islam, and becoming, at least on the surface, more and more pious. Erected upon layered terraces, and surrounded by a college, library, hospital, and shops, the mosque site viewed from below was impressive. In addition to a madrasa, there was a convent for dervishes, guest rooms, a kitchen, a bakery, a refectory, a hospice, a medical college and a caravanserai. By the time Sinan and his apprentices had laid the last stone, nothing was the same, neither the city nor the throne. Between the time of its inception and its completion the world had become a darker place and the Sultan a sadder man. That was the thing about colossal buildings. While they did not change, the people who ordered, designed, built and eventually used them constantly did. Everyone came to see the Suleymaniye, the mosque that surpassed all other mosques. The Balo, the ambassadors, even Shah Tahmasp's envoy, though no real peace had been achieved between the two kingdoms, only a respite from enmity. The Sultan, his eyes brimming, said, "My architect built me a mosque that will survive till the day of judgment. When Halaj Mansur rises from the dead to shake Mount Damavand, he might shake the mountain but not your dome, your highness," Sinan responded. The Sultan held the gilded key in his hand and addressed the crowd. "Who among you is the most worthy I want that man to take this key and open the door. Jahan looked around. All the people who had been gossiping about his master were now silent, smiling. None among you deserves this more than the chief royal architect, the Sultan said. He turned to Sinan. You have not let me down. I'm pleased with you. Sinan, his face flushed, lowered his gaze. He took the key, opened the gate, and invited the Sultan in. One by one the others followed. Jahan wormed his way through the crowd, determined to make the most of this day. Encircling him on all sides were the wealthiest men in the empire. Gems shone on their fingers. Pouches bulged from under their elegant robes. To his left he saw a figure of ample proportions, a Cudi from Rumlia, talking fervently with another officer. A deep crimson rosary dangled from the man's hand, his prayers made of rubies. As they poured towards the entrance, Jahan propelled himself against the man, wearing a contrite look as if being helplessly shoved in the commotion. Effendi, I beg your pardon. The Cudi glowered, looking over Jahan's shoulder. He was swirled with the others through the door, unaware that the young man had snatched his rosary. To avoid encountering him again, Jahan moved in the opposite direction, allowing people to pass him by. He waited to one side for a while. Thus it was some time before he entered the Suleymaniye Mosque. By then most of the guests had left the mosque itself and were touring the complex. Feeling the gems under his fingers, Jahan walked into the mosque. His buoyant mood changed to dismay when he remembered Captain Gareth. The man was away on another voyage that would take at least a couple of months. Jahan had to keep his booty somewhere safe and give it to him upon his return. Even so, he wondered if he could sell the rosary and buy a gift for Mirama. Perhaps a hair comb made of mother of pearl and tortoise shell. Secretly, he had been working on her sketches, over and over again, unsatisfied with the results. He had never expected it to be so hard to put on paper an image that was already etched indelibly in his mind. With these thoughts he stepped over the threshold and stopped. Inside, a strange rainbow spilled from the windows. Crimson, cobalt blue, vermilion. He remembered, suddenly, how as a boy he would lie under birch trees and stare up, as though in search of heaven. Should the sky fall down, the trees would hold it up, he would reassure himself. He had done this many times but once had an odd experience. On that day the sky was lurid, the clouds so close he could reach out and tickle one. As he looked up, the green of the leaves had melted into the blue beyond. The feeling was so remarkable it had almost choked him up. It had lasted no longer than the blink of an eye, but he still remembered, after all these years, the taste of that elation. Now, as he stood admiring the dome they had built on 4 giant piers, seeing it for the 1000th time but almost seeing it anew, he felt the same thing. The dome had blended with the firmament above. He fell on his knees, without a care as to who might be watching him. He lay down on the carpet, eyes closed, arms and legs open wide, once again that boy under the birch trees. Alone in the mosque, only a dot in this vast expanse, Jahan could think only of the world as an enormous building site. While the master and the apprentices had been raising this mosque, the universe had been constructing their fate. Never before had he thought of God as an architect. Christians, Jews, Muslims, Zoroastrians and people of myriad faiths and creeds lived under the same invisible dome. For the eye that could see, architecture was everywhere. Hence, with a stolen rosary in his hand and an inexplicable gratitude in his heart, full of conflicts and confusions, under the majestic dome of the Suleymaniye Mosque, Jahan stood, a most intelligent animal tamer and a most perplexed apprentice. Time, too, stopped with him. It seemed to him that in that instant he had, unknowingly, come a step closer to the center of the universe. Every now and then Master Sinan sent the apprentices and novices on odd errands, from buying a pot of ink at the bazaar to rummaging around the ruins of an ancient church and reporting, upon their return, why some parts had fallen into decay while others had lasted, from digging in various hills to see which types of soil crawled with worms to spending a day with the knee makers and observing how a simple musical instrument could be made to capture sounds of such immensity. They were instructed to carry out these orders to the best of their ability, however trifling they seemed to be. Yet, in truth, each always weighed their assignments against those of the others, judging, begrudging. Having never been assigned such tasks, Jahan had been spared this contention. That changed one Thursday afternoon. As if to make up for lost time, Sinan gave him not one but two tasks. First, Jahan was to visit a couple of ostrich egg vendors to inform them that Sinan would soon be in need of their merchandise. Then, he was to drop round a bookseller's to purchase a book. Sinan hadn't said which book. He said when he got there he would know. This last detail Jahan found strange, but he didn't mind. Child's play, he thought to himself as he got ready to leave the site. He was bent on accomplishing his task so fast and so flawlessly that the master would have to entrust him with more serious duties the next time. "Well, what is it?" came a voice from behind. When he turned he found the other three apprentices watching him. "Oh, not ostrich eggs and a book." "A book?" Nicola asked. "Is it from the bookseller in Para?" When they saw Jahan nod, their faces clouded over. Davud said, "Congratulations, novice. The master only sends his favorites to the old goat." As pleased as he was to hear this, Jahan felt a pang of unease. "Don't be humble next to him," said Nicola. "Show him how much you know. He'll like that." Yusuf smiled in agreement. "Don't forget to shout." "Simeon is deaf as a log," said Davud. Jahan thanked them for their advice. Much as he hated entrusting Chota to the care of others, he made provision for him. Before noon he set off with a horse, a lazy, listless creature, and a pouch of money that had been provided for him. Passing by fields covered in lush vegetation and cemeteries lined with cypress trees, he and the horse picked their way towards Unkoppany. Once there, though it was the longer route, Jahan went via the quay. He enjoyed going there whenever he could, as though to reassure himself that if things got too dreary, he could jump on board one of the vessels and return to the home that, deep in his heart, he still believed awaited him. The port was teeming with sounds and smells. The soughing of waves, the shrieking of seagulls and the barking of orders mingled with the clanking of chains and the cracking of whips. A tang of seaweed permeated the air, and the reek of sweat and excrement wafted in from hundreds of bodies trudging in tandem, the captives from the recent naval victory. Children, the elderly, women and men, people who weeks ago had names and families of their own. With their ankles shackled, looking about but unseeing, they were here and not here. Jahan jumped off the horse and joined the multitude watching this grim procession. They were all covered head to toe in grime. Some wore garbs that had once been elegant, which they had arranged to retain some semblance of dignity. These, Jahan supposed, were the gentry. Others were clad in tatters that the beggars of Ayup would slight. Regardless of who they might have been in their previous lives, they were now subject to the whip, which descended at random. less to quicken their pace than to snatch them back from any daydream in which they might have momentarily taken shelter. Jahan hopped back on his horse and set out for the bazaar. He spoke with several merchants who traded in, among other things, ostrich eggs. He told them Sinan would soon have need of their stocks. The chief royal architect used these eggs to keep the spiders away, so as to prevent cobwebs from gathering in the mosques. When a hole was pricked in each end of the egg and it was suspended from the ceiling, it would release a smell that would not bother humans but would surely keep all insects at bay. The vendors listened. But when Jahan inquired if the goods would be ready in a month's time, all they said was Inshallah. Not quite sure whether he had fulfilled his first assignment, Jahan proceeded to the second one. When Jahan arrived at the bookseller's, a two-story wooden house that had seen better days, the horse looked as happy to be rid of him as he was of the horse. Remembering what the apprentices said, he pounded hard. The door opened and a doddering man appeared, looking enraged. You want to break my door or what? Salamun alaikum, I was sent by the... Why are you shouting? You think I'm deaf, you dolt? Puzzled, Jahan stammered, No, Effendi. Who sent you here? Asked the bookseller stiffly, but when he heard Sinan's name his face softened. Come on in, then. Inside, the smell of a freshly baked loaf wrapped round them like a blanket. Sitting in a corner was a woman, gaunt and old, hunched over her sewing. Simeon said, That's my wife, Esther. Let's not disturb her. They pottered down the dark, drafty corridors. The house was a maze. Inside were shelves laden with volume after volume of leather-bound books, mostly in hues of brown and black. Some had been looted by corsairs from remote islands, port towns, or enemy vessels. Knowing Simeon's delight in such articles, the sea dogs brought them over in return for a decent sum. Others had been gathered in Frankish kingdoms. Among them were medical treatises by Spanish physicians and volumes by French noblemen. Still others had been printed in Istanbul or Salonika. The Sephardic Jews, with permission from the Sultan, published their own books. In one corner there was a compendium of mathematical manuscripts, which, Jahan learned, were once owned by a scholar called Molla Lutfi, drawings of the winds and the air streams, stars, and heavenly bodies, were incorporated into the borders of each page. There was the book of the Night Ziffer, freshly arrived from Spain, a pile of wooden engravings by Antonio de Sangallo, a treatise titled Regali Generali di Architettura by a certain Sebastiano Serlio, a Bolognese architect, and a gilt-edged manuscript in Latin, De Architectura, by Vitruvius. The last, found during the conquest of Buda, had ended up in Istanbul. A tract by a Leon Battista Alberti was titled De Re Edificatoria, which Simeon translated as The Art of Building. There was a tome by a man with an awkward name, Ibn Maimon. Its title was The Guide for the Perplexed, which Jahan thought was well suited to himself. They arrived at a large, dim room at the back. A cupboard with dozens of drawers, its doors intricately carved and fretted, stood in the middle. Simeon gestured to the boy to sit in the only chair. How's your master? Haven't seen him in a while. He sends you his regards, said Jahan. He wanted me to choose a book. But didn't say which. That's easy. First, tell me, honestly, are you a learner? Jahan gave a surprised look. I attend the palace school and... I didn't say are you a student. I asked, are you a learner? Not every pupil is a learner. Remembering Nicola's counsel, Jahan decided this was his moment to stand. Up to this grumpy man. Working on construction sites all day long, one learns. Whether one wants to or not. The expression on Simeon's face was one of belittlement. Our Sultan, may the mercy of God be upon him, should levy a tax on idiocy. If he could collect a coin for every stupid word uttered, his treasury would be full. It suddenly dawned on Jahan that his fellow apprentices had misled him. Everything he did or said only helped to annoy the old man. He said meekly, "The others have been here before, have they?" "Oh, yes, many times," said Simeon. "Lucky you, being a novice to a man like Sinan. Are you aware of your good fortune?" Jahan averted his eyes, feeling like an impostor. What would the man think if he heard that Jahan was trying to steal from construction sites? Slowly, he said, "I do my best, Effendi. Masters are great but books are better. He who has a library has 1,000 teachers. Your prophet said, seek lore, even if it be in China. Mine said, God created us because he wanted to be known. Ignorant men think we are here to fight and make wars and to couple and have children. Nay, our job is to expand our knowledge. That's why we're here." Simeon paused. "Tell me, do you talk to God?" "I pray." "Didn't ask do you pray, dunce. You want to become an architect, you have to speak to something bigger than you." Jahan lowered his gaze. "I wouldn't bother God with my worries. But I talk with my elephant. Chota is bigger than me and wiser. He is young, but I think he was 100 years old when he was born." When Jahan lifted his head, there was something in the old man's stare that wasn't there a moment ago. A trace of appreciation. "You seem like a kind soul. But your mind is confused. You are like a boat with two oarsmen rowing in separate directions. That means you have not found the center of your heart yet." Remembering his master's words the other day, Jahan shivered imperceptibly. Simeon went on, "Now, tell me, what do you like to build best?" "I like bridges." It began to rain. From the depths of the corridor came the rustle of a page being turned. Was it Simeon's wife who was reading? Or was there someone else in the house? In that moment Jahan had a suspicion that one of the apprentices was there, hiding, listening. He glanced at the bookseller, as though for confirmation. But the man was busy fumbling inside a chest. Finally, he produced a sketch. "Look. A bridge on the Golden Horn. It was made by Leonardo." Having heard of this name from his master, Jahan was quiet. Sultan Bayezid had sought his help. Leonardo sent him his drawings. Not a humble letter, in my opinion. He said he could make the bridge. Not only that, he'd make lots of other things in our city. A movable bridge across the Bosphorus. Simeon opened another chest. Inside were sketches that he said were by Michelangelo, most of them of domes, belonging to the Pantheon, Florence's cathedral and the Hagia Sophia. Michelangelo was bent on coming here. Said so in his letters. You corresponded with him. Long time ago. He was a young man. So was I. He wanted to work in the Levant. I encouraged him. The Sultan was open to it. I was their dragoman. Me. And the Franciscan friars. But not sure they helped, they don't like the Turks. Simeon lapsed into thought. He was going to build a bridge across the Golden Horn. It would have had an observatory inside. And a library? I'd have been in charge of that. Jahan heard the disappointment in his voice. What happened? They convinced him not to. They said it was better that he should die at the Hands of the Pope then be rewarded by the Sultan. That was the end of it. Rome is Rome. Istanbul is Istanbul. Nobody is talking about bringing the two cities closer anymore. Simeon sighed wearily. But they are always watching. Who, Effendi? The eyes of Rome. Watching your master. Jahan felt uncomfortable. He thought about the falling scaffolding and the cut ropes, he thought about the marble that was never delivered. Behind all these accidents and misfortunes, could there be a hidden force? The eyes of Rome. He composed himself. His mind had run wild again. Meanwhile the man had already walked over to a shelf and pulled out a tome with woodcut illustrations. This is yours. Tell your master this is the book that I chose for you. Without so much as a glance at the cover, Jahan opened his pouch, but the bookseller refused. Keep your coins, young man. Learn Italian. If you are a man of bridges, you ought to be able to speak sundry languages. Tucking the book under his arm, lost for words, Jahan walked out. The horse was waiting. Only when he arrived at Sinan's house did it occur to him to examine the gift. It was La Divina Commedia by a gentleman called Dante. When Jahan showed the book to Sinan, his face broke into a smile. He said, Simeon seems to have liked you. He gave you his favorite book. He said I ought to learn Italian. Well, he's right. But who is going to teach me? Why, Simeon himself, of course. He also taught David, Nicola, and Yusuf. Jahan felt a twist of jealousy. Until then he had believed that the old bookseller had liked him more than the others. Sinan said, when you master a language, you are given the key to a castle. What you'll find inside depends on you. Liking the imagery of entering a castle to collect the riches within, Jahan beamed. Yes, master. That was how the novice came to spend many hours of his youth in the bookseller's shop, which would, by and by, become a haven, a home. He was no outsider inside those walls. Lost among books, he found himself. As his knowledge of Italian grew, he began to dabble in Latin and French, and, as his knowledge of drawing grew, he inched his way up from novice to apprentice. And at last found himself welcome in Sinan's own library. There was another collection at the headquarters of the Royal Architects in Vifa. Over the years, Jahan would visit it on many occasions, but nothing would give him such pleasure as being in Simeon's house, surrounded by the smells of ink, leather, and baking bread. Trumpeting, rumbling, Chota paced up and down. He had been in a similar state twice before, but each time the craze had come and gone. Only now it was not going anywhere. Unruly and ill-tempered, he had so scared the servants the other day that Jahan had to have him chained. In the morning, the beast broke his chains and charged into a tree. The glands on the sides of his head dripped a smelly, oily substance, which, Jahan knew, could mean only one thing: the elephant was in heat. Trying to find a lady friend for Chota in Istanbul was like wishing for snow in August. Jahan searched high and low. It all came to naught. Wherever the mahout went, doors were closed in his face, but not before someone had a good laugh at his expense. Even Olef the lion tamer did not know what to do, for once, when Mirama appeared in the garden with her nursemaid and asked to see the elephant, Jahan broke into a sweat. The shame of explaining to her why she could not see Chota in this state was so heavy he almost choked. She laughed at his panic, but when she spoke there was a trace of sadness in her voice. Well, the elephant has grown up. No longer that cute calf. The Innocence of childhood leaves all of us eventually. Jahan was dumbstruck with worry. He could only muster a meek protest. Your Highness, this season will come and go. Chota is the same as always. You should not stop visiting him, I beg. She turned her head, unwilling to look at him, facing the sun. Can you catch the wind, Mahout? Can you bring down the moon? There are things we cannot change. I have accepted this truth, and, one day, so will you. As if he had heard the exchange and wished to interject, Chota began to bellow. He made so much noise, yanking at his chains, that Jahan had no time to take in Miramata's words. After the princess and the nursemaid left, Jahan had an idea. He remembered the gypsies who had saved them from the ice. Had they not said they had an elephant? When he shared his hope with the other tamers, they shook their heads. The gypsies wander round all year. How are you going to track them down? In the end it was Master Sinan who helped him. The architect not only gave his apprentice time off from work but also provided him with a carriage and a silver coin, and said, with a smile, go and find the beast a pretty wife and make him happy. Only God is alone. They rode in silence through the gate of the spring, the coachman and Jahan, watching the clouds turn light pink far ahead. It took hours to find the Romanes. Finally they saw wagons in the distance, bedrolls and clothes strewn on the hedges, punctuating the dull landscape with their brash colors. The coachman refused to go near. He had heard too many stories about these roamers, and had no wish to meet any of them. Be careful, he said to Jahan. If they offer you a drink, refuse not a sip from their hands. Remember, Satan, jinn and gypsies, they will all steal your soul. Waving at him, Jahan left the carriage and quickly set off towards the camp, fearful that if he dithered he would lose courage. His boots crunched on the path. As he approached a bevy of children, their noses snotty, their feet bare. One woman was suckling her twins, a baby latched onto each teat. Catching him staring at her bosom, she glared at him. Ashamed, Jahan averted his gaze. He approached one of the boys. Is your chief here? The child stood so still that Jahan doubted he had heard him. What do you want? A husky voice came from behind so suddenly that Jahan almost jumped out of his skin. Upon turning round, he saw two men scowling at him. I need to see your leader. Balaban, Jahan said. How do you know him? He saved me once, was all that Jahan could come up with. He was taken to a tent in a shade of indigo so bold that even the blue jay in the aviary would envy it. On the walls were carpets with pictures of animals and flowers, and one with Abraham catching a ram to sacrifice in place of his son. In one corner, sitting by a stove, was a group of men and in their midst was none other than Balaban. Look who's here. Balaban said. Why have you come, tell. I need help. My elephant's lost his mind. He's in rut. I remember you said you had a female. Before he could finish his sentence Balaban grabbed him by the robe, pulled out a dagger and held it against his jaw. Rascal. Scamp. You've got the guts to ask me to be your pimp. Do you want me to spill your blood here or shall we go outside? No, Effendi. I intend well. It's for the animal's benefit, Jahan said in a groveling voice. Balaban pushed him away. What's in it for me? If your elephant gets pregnant, you will have two animals, Jahan said. You could make use of them both. Balaban weighed this up, unimpressed. What else? Jahan showed him the coin Sinan had given him, but Balaban again said. What else? Deciding to take another path, Jahan said, this elephant belongs to the palace. If you don't help me, the Sultan will be furious. The Sultan, you said? Jahan nodded vigorously, confident that he had him now. You wretched toad. Balaban kicked a cushion, which went flying to the wall, where it hit Abraham's ram and bounced back. Is this the Sultan's generosity? A chipped coin. I beg you. Architect Sinan needs the elephant to work. The silence was unbearable. After a moment, and an exchange of glances, none of which Jahan could decipher, Balaban shrugged. Gulbahar is pretty as a lotus flower. You must earn her hand. What do you want my elephant to do? Jahan asked suspiciously. Not your elephant. You. Jahan tried to maintain a brave countenance, but his voice cracked. Me. Just then the woman who had been suckling the twins appeared, carrying a tray with drinks and fried dough covered in syrup. First take a bite. He who shares my bread and salt is not my enemy, said Balaban. Jahan hesitated for a moment. He popped into his mouth a dough ball, savoring the sweet taste. Now have a drink. Can't walk straight when the road is crooked. May our wives die if we don't knock these back in one go. Like them, Jahan downed the mud-colored fluid in one gulp. Like them, he brought down the cup with a thud on the wooden table. Like them, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Although the drink was pungent, burning all the way down to his stomach, it was surprisingly enjoyable. Then they told him, in waggish detail and with boyish mirth, what they were daring him to do. Up to you. Balaban said. Take it or leave. Whether it was his love for Chota, or his bullheadedness, or the drink, Jahan said, after a pause, fine, I'll do it. The men walked out, leaving him with the women. Brazen, purred, they helped him to dress up as a dancer. A purple shalwar and a short embroidered vest that revealed his belly. They painted his face with a whitish powder that smelled of rice. They put coal around his eyes, and reddened his cheeks and lips with crushed beetles, or so he was told. They reddened his fingers with henna and sprinkled rosewater down his neck. And on his pate they placed a horse's tail, giving him the strangest hair. Balaban and his men came back, accompanied by musicians who, it turned out, could not play a tune without sniggering. They strummed on their instruments and blew their horns a bit, and then one of them burst out laughing, the others following gleefully. Still, Jahan danced, if his clumsy moves could be called dancing. The Romanis watched, drinking, cackling with delight. When one of the men tried to hug Jahan with no decent intentions, Balaban hit his head with a wooden spoon and shouted, behave. From then on Jahan danced more willingly, trusting that if he kept his part of the deal, so would they. Hours later, when he walked out of the tent clad in his old clothes, though with henna on his hands and coal on his eyes, the coachman was nowhere to be seen. Jahan didn't mind. He did not have to make his way back on foot. He had a female elephant to take him. 4 days later Jahan returned Gulbahar. It took him a whole afternoon to locate the gypsies, as they had moved again. The old women huddled in a corner greeted him with a smirk, which Jahan pretended not to notice. The dancer is back, yelled a small boy. A cackle rose from behind him. It was Balaban. Felicitations, said the chieftain, your elephant is no longer a virgin. Gulbahar made Chota the happiest elephant in the world, Jahan said with a bashful smile. Then, with a new realization, he added, you've done it again. Balaban. You've saved my skin. Every Wednesday, Master Sinan gathered his apprentices in his house and instructed them to design a building, an aqueduct, a madrasa, a bathhouse or a beadstan. The young men took these assignments with the utmost seriousness, seeing a chance not only to display their talents but also to outshine their rivals. Sometimes their task would be as straightforward as drawing a one-roomed hut. At other times a more demanding exercise would be set, how to reduce the number of columns in a mansion without diminishing its strength and solidity. How to make the best use of mortar, which, although it bonded well, led to nasty cracks as it dried, how to assemble a crisscross of water channels above and beneath the ground. Such exercises they were expected to tackle on their own. It was permitted to share the finer points of technique, but under no circumstances were they to see one another's designs. Architecture is teamwork, said Sinan. Apprenticeship is not. Why don't you want us to look at each other's drawings? Jahan once asked. Because you'll compare. If you think you are better than the others, you'll be poisoned by hubris. If you think another's better, poisoned by envy. Either way, it is poison. One such afternoon they had each finished drawing a dervish convent when a servant announced that the master was waiting for them in the library. Putting their pens aside, they walked out wordlessly, burning with curiosity. Upstairs, they found the master with scrolls unrolled and spread open to his left and his right. In the middle of the room, upon an oak table, was a wooden model. Come, Sinan said. Timid and awkward, the four stumbled forward. Do you know what building this is? Sinan asked. Davud, examining the model with a frown, said, it's an infidel temple. The dome is admirable, said Nicola. Where is this place? Asked Jahan. In Rome, Sinan replied, waving his hand as if Rome were outside the window. He said it was called San Pietro, and when finished it would possess the largest dome in all of Christendom. Several architects had worked on it, some aiming to demolish the old basilica and start anew, others to restore it. The last draftsman, Sangallo, had passed away. The construction, at the behest of the Pope, had been assigned to Michelangelo. Recognizing the name the bookseller had mentioned, Jahan pricked up his ears. Sinan said that Michelangelo, who was not young anymore, had two choices. He could either disregard the existing designs or build on them. The decision would demonstrate not only his talents as a craftsman but also his character. Sinan spoke with such fervor that a surge of excitement ran through his apprentices. Yet all the while a thought tugged at the back of their minds, why was the master telling them this? Reading their mood in one glance, Sinan said, I'd like you to see San Pietro. Study its design. Compare what they've done over there with what we're doing here. If you aim to excel in your craft, you ought to study the works of others. It took them a moment to grasp the full weight of his statement. You want us to travel to the land of Franks? Davud faltered. And see the churches. We follow our prophet's advice, we seek lore near and far. Sinan told them. He had learned much from his travels in the lands of the Franks, in the Balkans, Anatolia, Syria, Egypt, Iraq, and eastward into the Caucasus. Stones stay still. A learner, never. But master, should we not teach them? It was Davud again. They are Christians. Why should we learn from their ways? Every good craftsman is your teacher, no matter where he may be from. Artists and artisans are people of the same faith. And, so saying, Sinan brought out two velvet cases, one thin and long, the other plump and round. Inside the first was an oversized silver pin and in the second an inward curved lens, the size of a ripe apple. What is it? Nicola asked, dropping his voice to a whisper, as though he were staring at some dark sorcery. It's a prism, Sinan explained. We use it to observe how the sun's rays travel inside buildings. In a cathedral it would work well. And this? Jahan said, holding the pin on his palm like a baby bird. That's for the sound. Enter the buildings when there are few people inside. Hold the pin at the level of your head and drop it. Does the sound die off right away? Or does it reach the furthest corners? If so, ask yourself, how did the architect achieve this? Can one make the sound flow like water, back and forth, in a gentle tide? In cathedrals this is done through the creation of a whispering gallery. Go and listen, you'll hear how the smallest sound is carried. Sinan spoke as fast as a pelting storm of hail. They had never seen him like this before, his eyes sparkling, his face lit up. He said there were 3 fountains of wisdom from which every artisan should drink abundantly: books, work and roads. Reading, practicing and traveling. He went on, unfortunately, I can't send away all of you. We've work to do. You need to decide among yourselves. Who will go? A trip for about 5 weeks. Nicola, David, Yusuf, and Jahan stole furtive glances at one another, shoulders stiff. The desire to impress their master with their audacity clashed in their hearts with their wish to stay where everything was familiar. It was Yusuf who came forward first, shaking his head. He didn't want to go. Jahan was not surprised to see this. Like a small planet orbiting a bigger one, Yusuf always wished to be close to the master. How about the others? Sinan asked. I can't go either, said Jahan. Who would take care of the elephant? He wasn't exactly telling the truth. Another tamer could easily substitute for him, should the master arrange it with the palace officials. Yet Chota was only one of his concerns. He needed to stay close to Miramah. Lately she had been visiting the menagerie more often, wearing a troubled look in her beautiful eyes. As if she had something to tell but couldn't. My parents are old, said Nicola. It'd be hard to leave them for that long. All heads turned to David. He sighed. I can go, master. Sinan gave an appreciative nod and said, to no one in particular, if any one of you changes his mind, let me know in a few days' time. The following afternoon, Miramah did not come to see the elephant. Nor the one after that. Instead Hesna Khatun arrived with the latest news from inside the seraglio. Don't wait for her, she said. Your princess is getting married. What are you saying, Dada? Her whole body suddenly convulsed with an asthma attack. She took out a pouch and inhaled its contents. A sharp smell of herbs wafted in the air. Don't call me that. Only she can. Tell me, said Jahan, ignoring all pretense at etiquette. And she did. Miramah had been betrothed to Rustem Pasha, a man of 40 winters and infinite ambition. No one liked him, but the Sultana did, and that was enough. After the nursemaid left, Jahan worked on a new design, swept the barn floor, washed the troughs, burnished the elephant's armor, applied oil to the elephant's skin, destroyed the design he was working on and started another. Greased the hinges on every door, made another sketch and destroyed it immediately, and forgot to feed Chota. The menagerie was engulfed by gossip about the wedding throughout the entire evening. At midnight, Jahan could stand no more, and he sneaked outside. His legs and arms throbbed with tiredness, and his chest with a pain he had not known before. He walked until he reached the wall separating the menagerie from the inner courtyard, and once there, not knowing what else to do, made his way back again. He arrived at the lilac tree she had sat under as he had told her. The story of Chota's birth and their journey from Hindustan. The tree glowed in the dark, as though it were a gateway to a better world. He put his ear to its trunk, trying to hear what the earth was telling him. Only silence. Stubborn, scabby silence. The wind picked up, the air got chilly. A fog of sadness fell over the palace. He continued to sit, waiting for the night's cold to envelop him, numbing his senses. It didn't work. He still felt. It still hurt. The next morning he sent a letter to his master. A short message. Esteemed master. If you still wish me to go, I will gladly accompany Davud to Rome. Your humble apprentice. Jahan. Rome, the city where memories were chiseled in marble. The day they arrived it was raining, a drizzle as light as a caress. Slowing down their horses to a trot, they rode aimlessly for a while. Each face was unfamiliar, every street more baffling than the previous one. Occasionally they passed over a bridge, under an arch, round or lancet, or through a piazza teeming with peddlers and their customers. Jahan could not say what he had expected, but the city was large and lively beyond his ken. He and Davud, rigid and ill at ease, wove their way through the crowds. As they came upon the ruins of an ancient forum, they stopped and stared in awe. They saw friars wearing robes of black, mercenaries marching in pairs, beggars looking no different from the beggars in Istanbul. Women wore perfume pendants round their necks, and they cared to cover neither their hair nor their bosoms. Davud, blushing up to his ears, averted his eyes every time they ran into a gentlewoman with puffy sleeves and her handmaids. But Jahan looked, secretly. By mid-afternoon they reached the address Simeon the bookseller had written down. They found it with ease after asking a couple of passers-by, who directed them, albeit with a hard stare, to the Jewish quarter. Leon Buendia's shop in Rome bore an astonishing resemblance to Simeon Buendia's shop in Istanbul. Here, too, was a house on a cobbled, cluttered street. A faded, ancient wooden door, and, behind that, room after room of books and manuscripts. Here, too, lived an elderly man with oversized ears and flaring eyebrows, perhaps not quite as ill-humored as his brother. Simeon sends his regards, Jahan said in Italian when they had been ushered in, seated around a table and offered a sweet paste of almonds. How is my little brother doing? Jahan said, working, reading, grumbling. Leon broke into a smile. He was always a surly one. He wants you to move to Istanbul, Jahan commented. He thinks it's better over there. I'd like him to settle here. We're mortals. Decisions are sheep, habits, the shepherd. Jahan was reflecting on this when Davud said, we'd like to visit Michelangelo. At this the bookseller shook his head. I have enormous respect for your master. But you must understand that's not easy. Il Divino accepts no one. After 2 years, he's still grieving. Oh, who died? Jahan asked. His brother, first. Then, his favorite apprentice. That destroyed him. Jahan could not help but wonder how long their master would mourn if something happened to one of them. Meanwhile, the bookseller said that the apprentice, whose name was Urbino, had been with Michelangelo since he was 14 years old. For 26 years the two of them had been inseparable. Such was the master's devotion to his talented apprentice that in the last months of the latter's illness he had not allowed anyone else to take care of him, nursing him day and night. After Urbino's death, Michelangelo, always a peevish man, had become resentful, ready to explode at the slightest bother. Il Divino doesn't like people. The few he does, he loves too much. Jahan arched his eyebrows. Their master wasn't like this. Sinan neither loathed nor shunned people. Balanced and well-mannered, he was kind to all. Yet perhaps there was a short distance between accepting everyone and not being too keen on anyone. If so, wouldn't it be better to assist a master who was unkind to everybody except you than a master who was kind to everybody, including you? Leon continued, Il Divino's dislike of human beings is reciprocated, surely. He's got enemies? Davud asked. Oh, indeed. There are those who worship him and those who loathe him. Even God doesn't know which side outnumbers which. Leon said Il Divino already had plenty of rivals when he took over, unwillingly, the construction of San Pietro. Since then his admirers and adversaries had doubled. Although he had utilized much of Bramante's plan, he openly disparaged his predecessor, which had not helped to endear him to his enemies. He said Sangallo's design was badly done, poor in light. He said it'd make a good meadow. Meadow? Jahan asked. For grazing. He said Sangallo's design was for dumb oxen and sheep who knew nothing about art. That didn't go down well with those who were fond of Sangallo. Jahan sighed. Here, too, his master differed. For the life of him he could not imagine Sinan pouring scorn on another architect, dead or alive. He said cautiously, we heard the Pope backs Michelangelo. Well, true. If it weren't for his holiness, the artist would be torn to pieces. Leon remarked, shifting in his chair and, momentarily, blocking the candle light. Just as his face sank into shadow, he said, your master must have enemies, too. Davud and Jahan looked at each other. It was a strange thing to say, yet so true. He does, Davud said, giving the smallest of nods. Leon told them that at the head of Michelangelo's foes was a man named Nanni di Baccio Biggio, architect and sculptor. Strange, isn't it? The more like kindred a man seems, the more likely he is to become your enemy. No sooner had Leon uttered this than his face crumpled, as though he realized he had said too much. He squirmed in his chair. Watching him, Jahan said, we've tired you. We'd better leave. I'd have liked to put you up, but, Leon said, drawing in a breath. There was a curfew in the Jewish quarter, he explained. Once the gates were locked, no one could go in. If they had visitors, they would have to inform the authorities. Having no intention of burdening the old man with their presence, they asked him to recommend somewhere where they could stay. Leon called his servant boy, who seemed to be about 8 years old, and instructed him to take the Ottomans to a guest house, where, he said, they would be among fellow artists. Thus they were on the streets again, pulling their horses by the reins as they trod behind the lad. They passed by wealthy houses with glass on the windows. They crossed markets where they saw pigs roasting on spits. Jahan had a suspicion the boy was not taking any shortcuts. Not because he wanted to show the city to them, but because he wanted to show them to the city. They were so obvious in their garments. Once, as Jahan turned back to talk to Davud, something, an intuition more than a concrete sight, stopped him cold. He feared they were being followed. He glanced left and right, unsure. Finally they arrived at a 2-story house that reeked of sausage and sweat. Their room and their pisspot they shared with 3 others, a painter, an anatomy student and a gambler. The first thing next morning, they went to Il Divino's house. Finding its location was easy. Even children knew where the great man lived. Getting through his door, however, was beyond the bounds of possibility. They introduced themselves to his assistant, explaining they had been sent by the Ottoman chief royal architect. In return, they were told, politely but firmly, that Michelangelo did not wish to see anyone. Who does he think he is? Davud bellowed once they were out of earshot. He's belittling us. You heard what everyone said, the man doesn't even see his own pope. Davud clucked his tongue. I tell you, these infidels need a lesson. They can't treat us like this. In the ensuing days, they visited churches, as Sinan had asked them to do. The lime in Rome was of a warm shade, albeit inferior in nature. The locals mixed it with a brownish substance called pozzolana to produce mortar. When dry it turned fine and powdery, and they used it profusely in their building works, but over time it became covered by an ugly mold. Jahan and Davud took notes, sketched the buildings. Many times they became lost in a maze of alleyways, only to find themselves staring in wonder at a basilica. But it was the construction of San Pietro that impressed them beyond anything. A circular shrine in the cold morning light, elusive and enticing like the remains of a dream slipping away. It was far from being finished, but, having studied every model they could lay their hands on, they were able to fathom how massive and majestic it would be, the base, the drum, the dome, and the cupola. Its smell of stone, sand, and newly sawn wood would cling to their robes and stay with them. Jahan thought that there were two main types of temple built by humankind. Those that aspired to reach out to the skies and those that wished to bring the skies closer down to the ground. On occasion, there was a third, those that did both. Such was San Pietro. As he stood there watching, completing the structure, in his mind's eye, he had the strange sense that here, too, was the center of the universe. The laborers were waiting for a delivery that had been delayed due to bad weather in the south. This was fortunate for Sinan's apprentices, because it enabled them to walk around without being seen by too many. Positioning themselves on a hill, they completed dozens of drawings. The lower choir walls, the giant pilasters, the crossing piers, each an ode to perfection. Every day without exception they went to see Michelangelo, only to be stopped before they crossed the threshold of his house. The same apprentice, a painter and a nobleman of some kind, stood sentinel by the entrance, bent on not allowing anyone in. His name was Ascanio. Jahan had never met an apprentice so protective of his master. Il Divino is not a man of this world, Ascanio said, staring at them intently. He explained how his master spurned his meals, surviving on pieces of bread. Even if you poured upon his head all the scudi in Rome, he'd still be living in penury. Why live poorly in the midst of riches? Davud said. Simple. He's not interested in earthly trinkets. Davud seemed determined to rub Ascanio up the wrong way. Is it true that he sleeps in his boots and never takes a bath? A flush of crimson crept over Ascanio's cheeks. Don't believe everything you hear. This city is cruel. He said Michelangelo's friends in Florence had called him back, but, out of his love for his art and because he was a man of his word, he had not abandoned Rome. Do they appreciate it? Not even a crumb of gratitude. The more you give them, the more they ask. You know what my master says? What? Jahan duly asked. Greed puts gratitude to sleep. What Ascanio didn't say was how the townsmen fretted that Michelangelo would die before he finished San Pietro. In old age his spirit was low, his body frail, though his mind was sharp as a blade. He suffered from sundry other ailments, trapped wind, a pain in the abdomen and kidney stones so severe he could barely take a piss sometimes. Jahan wondered if his master, too, feared death. A diligent and dedicated craftsman such as Sinan might have a hard time accepting his mortality. He raised buildings that would remain, while his own transience loomed more heavily in his heart each passing day. It was a thought that came and went. He would remember it again, years later. One afternoon, after another failed attempt to see Il Divino, they entered an eatery that smelled to high heaven of smoke and grease. They ordered eel pie, roasted quail and some sweet called torone. That was when Jahan noticed a stranger watching them, his cap pulled down to his nose, his face half hidden. "Don't look. Somebody is following us." "Who?" said David, instantly turning around. The man sprang to his feet, pushed away his table and darted outside as if possessed. Sinan's apprentices exchanged a puzzled glance. David said with a shrug, "He must have been a pilferer. He knows we are foreigners, probably wanted to nick our money." On the 10th day, they visited Michelangelo for the last time. Ascanio had left on an errand and not yet returned. Another apprentice had taken his place. Someone younger and, seemingly, kinder. They introduced themselves as if this were the first time and asked the apprentice to inform his master of their presence. To their surprise he nodded amiably and went inside. In a little while, he came back and said that Michelangelo had agreed to see them. Trying not to show their astonishment, they followed him. It dawned on Jahan that Ascanio might have never asked Michelangelo whether he would like to see them, certain that Il Divino did not want to be disturbed. Apprentices who regarded their masters like their fathers tended to be overprotective, he decided. They were ushered into a large room. A clutter of paints, canisters, chisels, hammers, scrolls, books and clothes was scattered about. Most windows were covered with heavy, bright-hued curtains to block the noise from the street, giving the entire place an aura of unearthliness. In the midst of the jumble stood an elderly man, stiff and slender, working on a sculpture, a male head and torso. By the light spilling from candles made of goat's tallow, he had another burning candle strapped to the metal band on his head. He was neither tall nor solidly built, except for his shoulders, which were broad, and his arms, which were muscular. Small and dark were his eyes, solemn and sallow his countenance. His nose was flat, and, as for his beard, black bristles streaked with white. Jahan did not find it impressive. It was his hands that he was drawn to. Long, bony fingers, pale at the tips, chipped and chewed fingernails covered in dust and dirt. "Thank you for seeing us," Jahan said, bowing. Without turning around, Il Divino said, "I once got a letter from your Sultan." "That must have been the late Sultan Bayezid," David ventured. Ignoring the remark, Michelangelo said, "You don't make sculptures." "How? You can call it idolatry, I'll never understand. But your Sultan was generous. I was keen to come. It would have been my grandissima Fergogna *, it wasn't meant to be." Gruff and throaty, like a man used to living inside his mind, he spoke so fast that David and Jahan had trouble following him with their limited Italian. He asked, "How is your master?" Only now remembering why they had come here in the first place, they presented the letter Sinan had entrusted to them. Wiping his palms on an apron, dirtier than his hands, Il Divino broke the seal. When he finished reading, there Was something in his eyes that wasn't there a moment ago, a kind of restlessness. Davud told him they would be happy to carry any message he might wish to send to Sinan. Nodding, the artist strode to a table piled with oddments of all sorts. Shoving things onto the floor, he cleared a space for himself and sat down to compose a letter, his forehead furrowed in thought. Not knowing what to do meanwhile and not having been asked to sit, Jahan and Davud inspected their surroundings. On a workbench stood two models, both of San Pietro, one wooden, one clay. They noticed Michelangelo had redesigned the facade and got rid of the portico. He had also changed the shape of the main piers bearing the dome. The small windows were gone, replaced by fewer but larger windows that invited more light. A crash pulled them out of their trance. Michelangelo, having finished his letter, was searching for his wax. Frustrated, he had pushed aside a couple of scrolls, breaking a flask. They looked under books, in drawers, over boxes. At long last the lost item was found under a cushion, half crushed from being stepped on. Michelangelo melted the wax, put his seal on it, tied a ribbon round the letter. He must have seen their interest in the San Pietro models, for he said, Sangallo took years to complete his design. I've done mine in 15 days. Jahan was surprised to hear the anger in his voice. He, the most revered artist in Rome, was competing with a ghost. It occurred to Jahan that perhaps sculpture suited Michelangelo's temperament more than architecture. He didn't say this. Instead, having seen an exquisite drawing of a horse, he remarked, "You like animals?" "I study them." Michelangelo explained that he dissected corpses and goitres animals to see the muscles, the nerves, the bones. "I've a white elephant," Jahan said proudly. "We work on construction sites." "Your master employs an elephant? Maybe I should have one, too." He asked them about the Suleymaniye Mosque, commending Sinan on his work. Where did Michelangelo's knowledge come from, Jahan wondered. He was searching for some delicate way to inquire when the artist lifted his hand and said, "Altro non mi accade." Asterisk. They left quietly. That same week they set off for Istanbul, making the journey on 2 stallions. Fond as he was of his mount, Jahan missed Chota. He could not help but worry that the tamer who had replaced him had not done his job properly, or, even if he had, the animal had refused to eat, as elephants sometimes did, when they felt lonely or forlorn. But the closer they got to Istanbul, the more distraught he felt. In Rome he had managed not to think about Mirama, but now the memory of her came back with a vengeance, like rapid smashing the barrier that had trapped them. When they stopped to rest and relieve themselves, Jahan noticed that Davud looked pensive. As he knew his companion was an orphan and had been raised by his grandfather, he asked him about his childhood. "What is there to tell?" said Davud gently. He had been a lost, angry boy until Master Sinan had found him, educated him and changed his destiny. Afterwards they made their way to Adrianople wordlessly, each drawing into his own thoughts. Darkness descended, they galloped. Only when their backs could take no more and the horses were foaming at the mouth did they slow down. There was an inn nearby, and that was where they decided to spend the night. Inside, it was teeming. The dining hall was ample, though with ceilings so low that unless you sat you had to stoop. In one corner, in a fireplace hollowed out of stone, a cauldron blackened with soot simmered. At the long, wide wooden tables customers were perched, men of every age and religion. The instant Jahan and Davud entered, every head turned in their direction, and The noise slackened. Nobody welcomed them. Spotting an empty place at the end of one table, they squeezed in. Jahan glanced around. To his left sat a gaunt and graying man, perhaps a scribe, since his fingers were stained with ink. Across from them was a Frank with hair the color of straw, warming his hands over a steaming bowl. He doffed his hat towards them as though in salute. "Do you know him?" Jahan asked David. "How could I know anyone in this hole?" A dwarf passed by carrying a tray of drinks. As he purposefully made his way, somebody tripped him. He fell down, the cups rolling along the floor. Peals of laughter erupted. The dwarf stood up, blushed but calm. The customers went back to their food, as if it had been someone else howling a moment ago. They ate in silence. After supper David went upstairs for the evening prayer. Jahan decided to stay a bit longer. A kind of tranquility such as he had never encountered before came over him. He was lonely as an abandoned lighthouse. Yet in that moment he felt in company, though of what or whom he could not tell. For the first time the aching over Mirama's wedding stopped. "Your friend's gone." Lifting his head, Jahan saw the man with the straw-colored hair gazing at him. "May I sit?" he asked, and without waiting for an answer did so. With a flick of his fingers he signaled to the dwarf. A minute later they had a jug on the table between them. "Let's drink," the stranger said. The wine tasted of tree bark and roses left to dry. The traveler, whose name was Tommaso, struck Jahan as an intelligent man. An Italian, he said he was. Going east, as he was dying to see the Hagia Sophia. Glasses were renewed. Then the jug. They talked amicably, though afterwards Jahan would not remember half of what was said. "Our master sent us to Rome," said Jahan. Tipsy as he was careful not to mention the letter they were carrying. "He wanted us to expand our knowledge." Like a man who had not spoken for a few days, Jahan talked about the things he was bent on achieving. Words dripping with wine. Since he had heard of Mirama's marriage, something in him longed to climb up fast. Tommaso regarded him over the brim of his cup and said, very slowly, "Does what we do in life matter so much? Or is it what we don't do that carries weight?" "What do you mean?" asked Jahan after he knocked back his drink. "Say you are passing through the woods and you see this woman. All alone. You could have her there, but you don't. That shows what kind of a man you are. A man swears at you. You could land a punch on his nose. If you don't, that is who you are." Jahan said, "So not doing something is a feat, then?" "True," Tommaso said with a smile. "You build with wood, stone, iron. You also build with absence. Your master knows this well." Jahan got a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. "How do you know him?" "Everybody knows your master," said Tommaso as he stood up and threw the dwarf a coin. "Need to go, my friend." Secretly, Jahan was glad that Tommaso had paid. He would have felt guilty if he had had to spend his master's money on wine. Tommaso said, "If you want to thrive, that's fine. God bless you either way. Just don't become one of those wretched souls." Upstairs, Jahan found David sleeping among a dozen travelers. He tottered over to a window and opened it. A cricket chirruped outside. An owl hooted. It was an enchanting evening, the moon a golden sickle. Stretching out before him like a fan was a garden lined with stone-edged beds, wafting a smell so delicious he could have gobbled it up. As he was inhaling that sweet smell he remembered. Only then those words came to him. He had read them before. They were from Dante. Inferno. Don't be one of those wretched souls who live without blame or without praise. The next morning, when Jahan and Davud woke up, they discovered they had been robbed. Their boots, the coins left in their purses, the silver pin, the crystal ball and the sack where they kept their drawings, all had vanished. So had Jahan's leather-bound diary and the ring he had hidden inside. Every sketch they had meticulously made throughout the journey had been carried off. Gone, too, was Michelangelo's letter. What kind of bandits would steal architectural drawings? Jahan protested. They must have mistaken them for valuables, Davud said sadly. Oddly, nothing had been stolen from the other travelers. The thief, whoever he was, had targeted only Sinan's apprentices. They sobbed and wailed like children. They searched again and again. It was no use. Worried, mortified and broken, they left the inn. Each was accusing himself, Jahan for drinking the night before and Davud for falling asleep so early and so heavily. They would never get to know what Il Divino had written to their master. The correspondence between the chief architect of Rome and the chief royal architect of Istanbul was severed, and not for the first time. The apprentices arrived at the house of Sinan with nothing to offer him. It was as though nothing remained from their long journey, except the ache in their limbs and the memories of San Pietro, already withering away. Captain Gareth arrived, an acrid smell of salt, sweat, and liquor clinging to him. He seemed to pass through the palace walls as easily as a ghost. Nobody liked him, but nobody dared to upset him either. As a result, everyone gave him a wide berth, exactly what he wanted. Jahan noticed the man didn't look well. His skin, which usually was a shade of bright pink not found among Ottoman men, had turned sallow. His lips were chapped, his cheeks sunken. Jahan suspected he might have contracted a disease on one of his voyages. Either that or treason had finally started to poison his soul. Well, it's been a long while. The other day I said to myself, I should go to visit the fake Mahout and give him a piece of my mind. I get here and what do I hear? Oh, no, they say, he's in Rome. Rome. What a lucky lad you are. So how was it in the brothels? Would love to have a taste myself. Alas, nobody sends me to Rome. Where's my compensation? Tell me, what did you bring for an old friend? We have been robbed on our way back to Istanbul, Jahan said. Oh, yeah. I love trumped-up stories. To shut him up, Jahan gave him the sapphire rosary he had stolen at the opening of the Suleymaniye Mosque. He had planned to sell it and buy a present for Miramah. What a dolt he had been. One glance at the booty and the man's face fell. Is this all, you sluggard? It wasn't. Buried deep under the same tree, Jahan had another box, silver cutlery from the imperial kitchens, a pearl that had fallen off from the hem of Miramah's gown, a gold-nibbed pen, a jar of honey from the royal pantry and a hairpin that belonged to Hesna Khatun. The nursemaid had been giving him another roasting when she'd had an asthma attack and had bent forward so close to Jahan's fingertips it would have been a sin not to snitch the hairpin. Jahan hadn't intended to hand any of these things to Captain Crazy Head. He had wanted to keep them to himself in case something went wrong and he needed to take flight. But the captain was no fool. I'm losing patience. Pity, you're still young. When they learn what kind of lies you've been telling, they'll skin you alive. Jahan shuddered at the thought, but he was also aware that the man had neither given him a drubbing nor pulled a dagger on him. Something was making him hesitate. Your princess is miserable, they say. Poor thing. She has all the riches in the world but no love to cuddle her. I haven't seen her in a while, Jahan said uncomfortably. Oh, you will, I'm sure. Since she dotes on the white elephant. Jahan understood. Captain Gareth had heard that Princess Miramah was unhappy in her marriage. He had learned, just as the entire city had, that she spent many afternoons crying on her own in her beautiful, lonely house. Knowing that she was fond of Chota, and perhaps of the Mahout, too, the captain had guessed that it wouldn't take her too long to reappear in the menagerie. Jahan was the goose that would lay golden eggs for him. He didn't wish to butcher him too soon. Suddenly Jahan felt heartened. With a grin he said, "You should go now. The chief white eunuch might come by at any moment. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes if he finds you here." Captain Gareth's bottom lip sagged, unsure what to say. Jahan added hastily, "Go. When I have something to show you, I'll send word." Although the man gave him an icy stare, he didn't object. For the first time he took his leave without uttering threats. And thus Jahan discovered something about wretches like him, that, as scary as they were, they thrived upon other people's weaknesses. If Jahan was determined to survive in the Seraglio, he decided, he had to build an internal harem and put under lock and key every fear, worry, secret and heartbreak that had marred his soul. He would be both the Sultan and the eunuch of that harem. He would not allow anyone to take a peek inside, including his master. The dome. Jahan would always remember 1562 as the year of happiness. Everyone had one such year in their lives, he believed. It grew, it blossomed, and, just as he started to think it would always be like this, it was over. His time of joy started when they set out to build a mosque for Miramah. Now that her father had given her vast lands and ample revenues, she had become the richest woman in the empire. And the most commanding. People were frightened to upset her, including the apprentices. Even Master Sinan was rather uncomfortable in her presence. She sent everyone into a cold sweat. Except Jahan. He was too besotted with her to remember to fear her. Thus, while the other apprentices were timid and reluctant to say anything new, Jahan was bursting with ideas. He worked so hard that, even though he was still no more than an apprentice, his master valued his eagerness. Sinan began to take Jahan with him whenever he visited the princess to inform her about their progress. All throughout those early months, no matter what Jahan did or where he was, he thought about the layout that Sinan had drawn so neatly. At night in bed he racked his brains to figure out how to perfect it. Even in his sleep he carried stones to Miramah's mosque. Then one day, overstepping a boundary, he drew a porch of 7 domed bays and handed it to the chief royal architect. "You put aside my layout and drew your own," said Sinan, sounding more incredulous than upset. "Master, forgive me, I meant no disrespect. I believe the entrance to the mosque should be overwhelming, unexpected." Sinan could have scolded him then and there. He didn't. Instead he inspected the sketch and asked, "Why 7? Jahan had already thought of an answer. "It is the number of the layers of earth, and the circles a pilgrim makes around the Kaaba. It's a holy number." Sinan remained thoughtful for a moment. Then he rolled up the scroll and said, "Come back with new designs. Do a better job, if you want me to take you seriously." Jahan did. He kept drawing, measuring, dreaming. At no stage did he confess to himself that he wanted the mosque to remind Miramah of the day they had met. When she was still a girl escaping from a wasp. When she had worn a necklace with 7 pearls. In his plans he chose the lightest marble and granite. For the columns, the color of her dress and veil. 4 towers would support the dome, as they had been 4 in the garden that afternoon, the princess, Hesna, Khatun, the mahout, and the elephant. And a single minaret would stand high. Slender and graceful, just like her. Her mosque would have lots of windows, both on the dome and in the prayer hall, to reflect the sunshine in her hair. After weeks of this frenzy, Sinan pulled Jahan aside and said, "I have been watching you toil away. Although you are not fully ready, I believe you have the strength and the grit. I'm going to give you more responsibility for Princess Miramah's mosque. I'll let you make those changes." Jahan kissed his master's hand, put it on his forehead. Whatever life had been like for him until then, it would never be the same afterwards. On no other construction site would he work this hard, exhausting himself with every detail. Meanwhile, Jahan's tireless dedication was a source of irritation for the other apprentices, although this he wouldn't realize until it was too late. As they neared the end of Miramah's mosque, the master and the apprentices found themselves in a quagmire. For some time now the ancient aqueducts had been in need of repair. Lined up like defeated giants, they loomed over the city. Aged and drained. As the population of Istanbul grew, so did the demand for water. Deep under hospitals, inns, slaughterhouses, hammams, mosques, churches, and synagogues, holy springs percolated through the soil, except, it was not enough anymore. Sinan was ready to embark on the task. He did not just want to restore what had been done back in the days of the infidels, his intentions were bigger, more daring. He yearned to bring water to the entire city by building a succession of stone bridges, sluiceways and subterranean tunnels. Cisterns, open and covered, would supply provisions for dry summer seasons. It was a major venture and one that earned him adversaries aplenty, but none was powerful as Rustem Pasha, the royal groom, the new Grand Vizier and Miramah's husband. Rustem had opposed Sinan's plan from the beginning. Fresh water meant fresh migrants, more congestion, more hovels, more pestilence. Istanbul was crowded enough and could do without new settlers, each of whom would arrive with a bundle of dreams and disappointments. Many sided with Rustem, though for reasons of their own. Rival architects who begrudged Sinan his talent did not wish him to undertake such a colossal commission for fear that he might succeed. Layman insisted no mortal could fetch water from the mountains, unless he was Farhad bursting through Mount by Sultan to carry milk to Shireen. Preachers said the earth should be left undisturbed, lest the jinn awaken and heap calamities on mankind. While everyone sniped, Sinan went on working as if there were nothing to fret about. How he held on to his faith amid treachery and remained quiet in the face of malicious gossip was beyond Jahan's grasp. Not even once had the master returned slander with slander. He reminded Jahan of a turtle that, upon being prodded by children, retreats into its shell, waiting for the madness to pass. Yet the turtle that was Sinan kept working, all the time that he remained still. Nicola and Jahan were to assist the master in the water scheme. It was their responsibility to take the measurements, calculate the angles of the slopes, perfect the designs, and inspect where the Byzantine waterways had failed and how they could be improved. Once they had all this information, they would present their findings to the Sultan. Entrusted with a task this big, Nicola and Jahan were thrilled and anxious in equal measure. Of all the jobs they had undertaken over the years, this was by far the hardest. Even so, they slogged away less to impress the Sultan or to defeat the Grand Vizier than to avoid embarrassment for their master. One by one they detected the springs and boreholes, creeks and streams, wellheads and reservoirs, marked them on the map and ruminated on how to connect them through channels both above and below the ground. Finally, one Thursday afternoon, the master and the two apprentices, spruce and spirited, headed to the palace, laden with designs and hopes. It was Rustem who welcomed them, courteously but coldly. Jahan dug his fingernails into his palms so as to stop from shaking in front of the Croatian who had stolen Miramah from him. The Grand Vizier did not notice a thing. With his tall body, cunning mind, and resilient nature, he had won a great many accolades. And today it seemed likely that he would do his best to obstruct Sinan. So deep was his dislike of the migrants from Anatolia that, in order to prevent them from coming, he was willing to sacrifice the prosperity of everyone in the city. Upon being ushered into the audience chamber, they found Sultan Suleiman on his throne, which was covered in gold cloth and studded with gems. A fountain trickled in one corner, its sound breaking the silence in the room. The Lord of Worlds, wearing a robe of yellow satin with black sable, greeted Sinan warmly, though the hardness in his voice was lost on no one. He had put on bright colors for the first time in weeks. His two sons had become each other's worst enemy, but it was the loss of Hurrem that had shattered him like nothing else. The woman to whom he had written love poems, the mother of his 5 children, the queen who was both hated and adored, the concubine who had climbed higher than any other harem girl, the laughing one, was gone. She had died without seeing one of her sons on the Ottoman throne. After prostrating themselves 3 times on the ground, eyes cast down, the apprentices trod behind their master, the carpet soft and lush beneath their feet. Later on, Jahan would remember the light spilling from the sconces, and the smell of the linden tree outside the window that he dared not peek at but was comforted by all the same. Chief Royal Architect, defend your plans, ordered Sultan Suleiman. Sinan gave his apprentices a nod. They had drawn their sketches on panels of camel skin, so thin as to be transparent. 4 in total. Nicola and Jahan, each taking an end, unrolled and displayed the first design. Sinan, meanwhile, gave an account of what he intended to do, pointing every now and then at some detail. Neither the Sultan nor the Grand Vizier uttered a word. They swiftly proceeded to the second and third drawings, aqueducts of various sizes and at various locations. The fourth, that of a warren of underground conduits that would link several sources, the plan that most excited them, Sinan put aside. Had he found a more receptive audience, he would have shown it. Now, however, instinct told him to keep it to himself. Instead, he said that, with the help of ducks, he would make the water flow to gardens, courtyards, and vineyards. He said there was nothing as noble as relieving the thirst of the parched. When he finished, Sultan Suleiman hemmed and hawed for a while. Turning to the Grand Vizier, he asked his opinion. Rustem had been waiting for this moment. He spoke gingerly, as if what he were about to reveal caused him pain, yet he had no other choice. Architect Sinan is a skillful man. He came here with a sublime idea. But I'm afraid he doesn't understand this will only bring us trouble. What kind of trouble, Vizier? My Sultan, this is costly. It'll strain the treasury. When asked what he had to say to that, Sinan said, there are ways to cut expenses. Where we can, we'll choose the shortest route and use suitable materials. The Grand Vizier said, what will you have achieved then? More migrants. Say there is a fire, how will you put it out if you have houses planted side by side like wild mushrooms? Not expecting an answer, he produced a handkerchief and wiped his forehead. This city is full to bursting. We need no more. A shadow crossed Sinan's face. How many will arrive is a question that can be settled by our Sultan. But the people who are here ought to have water. This went on for a while. The chief royal architect countered the Grand Vizier, the Grand Vizier countered the chief royal architect. Finally, bored with the parley, the Sultan declared, that's enough, I've listened to both sides. You shall learn my decision. Sinan and his apprentices, walking backwards, left the chamber. Rustem stayed behind, which Jahan thought unfair. Surely in their absence he would try to persuade the sovereign. Jahan racked his brains to try to save the situation. If one of them could spend a bit more time alone with the Sultan, without the interference of the Grand Vizier, he might be brought round. Otherwise, they stood no chance. That evening, enervated by the events of the day, the apprentices stayed in Sinan's house. Jahan had hoped to discuss things, but the master, never one for idle ramblings, made them study. Exhausted, they retreated to bed following supper. It was there, as he lay on his mat, tossing and turning in the dark, that Jahan came up with a plan. Unable to wait till the morning, he groped his way to the other side of the room, where Nicola was sound asleep. He shook him by the shoulder. Jolted out of whatever dream he was having, Nicola said, who is there? SHH, it's me. Jahan, what's happened? Can't sleep. I keep thinking about how it went today. Me too, he said, even though he had been dead to the world a moment ago. How can our Sultan reach a just decision when the Vizier is with him all the time? Master sees the Sultan only once in a while. Rustem has access to him every day. True, but there's nothing we can do. Maybe there is. I've an idea, Jahan said. There is one place where the Grand Vizier will never bother the Sultan. Nicola gasped. You are going to enter the harem? Nay, dimwit one, Jahan said, chuckling despite himself. There's another place the Vizier would not accompany him. Guess. Ok, I can't, Nicola pleaded. Tell me. Hunting. When the Sultan goes hunting, I'll follow him and explain our intentions. Without that nosy Vizier around, he'll think more clearly. Brother, that's a brilliant plan, Nicola said. They both knew the Grand Vizier detested the chase. Being hopelessly clumsy, he could not move at the same pace as the others, let alone track a prey up and down the hills. This'll be our gift to our master, Jahan said. Don't tell him anything yet. Nicola's voice dwindled to a whisper. What if it's dangerous? Why should it be? If the Sultan does not want to listen, I'll leave. Shall I come with you? Better if I go alone. When I get back, I promise I'll tell you everything. But, be careful. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Despite his confidence, Jahan's mind was a beehive the rest of the week, his nerves in shreds. He constantly rehearsed, word by word, what he would tell the Sultan. Thanks to his companions in the menagerie, he knew where the Sultan would be hunting and when. Here began the second part of his plan, which he had not shared with Nicola. He would take Chota with him. So far all his efforts to endear the animal to the Sultan had been for naught. Now, Jahan thought, both. The elephant and the mahout had a chance to win him over. The day, at last, arrived, and the morning saw Jahan, atop the elephant, a leather bag strapped to his back, reaching the enormous Bab-i-Humayun gate in the direction of Hagia Sophia and saluting the guards. "Where are you going?" one of them asked. "Our Sultan, refuge of the world, forgot his lucky bow. I've been ordered to take it to him." "Why didn't they send out a horseman?" demanded a second guard. "Because elephants are faster than horses," Jahan said without missing a beat. They sniggered. The first guard said, "Maybe I should go to check." "Sure, I'll wait. If the Sultan notices he doesn't have his lucky bow and gets upset, it won't be my fault." Chewing their mustaches, the men regarded him. Jahan's seriousness had given them pause for thought. Then, as if linked to each other through an invisible string, they both moved aside. "Go," said the second guard. "You'd better hurry that elephant up." And so Jahan did, though not until the city was behind them. He didn't want Chota to trample anyone. As soon as the sights and sounds of Istanbul had vanished, he ordered the elephant to run. They reached the pine woods north of the city. Jahan had learned that whenever the Sultan went hunting, he would drive his prey towards the edge of a certain precipice. That's where Jahan waited. A long time went by, or so it seemed to him. He began to worry. They might be hiding somewhere behind the bushes, for all he knew, and shoot him accidentally. He was inventing new fears. When he heard the distant barking of dogs. There were half a dozen of them, drawing swiftly near. Then Jahan saw it, him. A stag. Out of the forest he sprang, reeling. An arrow had pierced his neck and a second one his heart. It was a miracle that he was still running. As Jahan got off the elephant, the stag came closer, its antlers glittering in the sunset. It was a magnificent animal, large liquid eyes, wild to the point of delirium. Disturbed by the smell of blood, Chota swung his tusks. But the stag had reached a point beyond threats. He widened his nostrils and, opening his mouth, as though he wanted to say something, collapsed. Jahan sprang towards him, tripping over a tree root. By the time he reached the deer, 5 greyhounds had appeared out of nowhere, barking with all their might. They circled the carcass, not letting him get close. On an impulse Jahan turned around. The Sultan, sitting astride his horse, was staring at him. Trembling, Jahan threw himself to the ground. "My lord! What are you doing here, you and the elephant? This humble servant came to see you, if you'll allow me to say a few words." "Aren't you my mahout?" "Yes, my lord," Jahan said. Just the other day he had stood a few steps away from him, showing their designs. But apparently he had forgotten. "I'm also an apprentice to Master Sinan. It's on this matter that I came to plead to your Highness." While they were speaking, servants had loaded the carcass onto a cart pulled by 2 horses. The greyhounds, still barking their triumph, followed noisily. "You have taken a royal elephant without permission," the Sultan asked. "Do you know you could be flogged for less than that?" "Your Majesty, I ask your forgiveness. I had to see you. I hoped if I came with the elephant you would notice me." If Jahan had dared to look up, he would have seen the Sultan's eyes crinkled in a smile. "You must have a reason for such a misdeed." "My lord, if you'll allow me," Jahan couldn't help the quiver in his voice. Slowly, Jahan unrolled the camel skin they had not had the opportunity to show the other day. He explained how important Sinan's scheme was for the city. And how many people, old, sick, frail, and poor, would pray for the Sultan. Every time they quenched their thirst, Sultan Sulayman listened and asked questions. Jahan was delighted to see he had been right to assume that outside the palace walls the sovereign would be a different man, a kinder man. The Sultan said, "Does your master know you are here?" "He does not. He'd be upset at me if he knew." "I should be upset with you, but I'm not." "You revere your master, clearly. If all of Sinan's apprentices are as devoted as you, he's a fortunate man." Jahan felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Of such unbidden vanities are perhaps spun life's gravest delusions. It is at moments like this that Shaitan taps on our shoulders and whispers in our ear, asking, naively, why we should not want more. "Your Majesty, may I show you one more thing?" The Sultan gave the slightest nod. Jahan took out the parchment he had kept inside his robe. It was a design of his own, for a stone river bridge with 7 arches. It would have stone projections facing upstream to protect the piers from the force of the water and walkways above for pedestrians and animals. Its massive drawbridge would make it possible to control the flow of goods and passengers. If the Sultan accepted his bridge alongside Sinan's waterways, Jahan would make quite a name for himself. Architect of water they would call him. Or, better yet, Sinan's prodigy. He might even be accepted into the guild, who knew? As a rule an apprentice made his way up no faster than a snail would inch across a meadow, but why shouldn't Jahan be an exception? His success would surely reach Miramah's ears. Casting no more than a glance at the design, the Sultan grabbed his stallion's bridle. "I like your courage, young man. But courage is a dangerous thing. Remember, a ruler considers many aspects before making a decision. Go back. Wait to hear from me." Off he rode, tailed by men, dogs, and horses. Even after they had disappeared, Jahan could feel their wind on his skin. He heaved a sigh of relief. Everything had gone smoothly. He thanked the skies. The next day, on the construction site, Nicola came running. "What happened? How did it go?" "I saw him. I talked to him." Nicola's eyes grew wide. "You did?" "Yes," Jahan said with a feeling of triumph he could barely contain. "If you ask me, our Sultan wants us to build a new aqueduct and a bridge." "What bridge?" "Oh, I mentioned this bridge I designed." Without consulting the master. Feeling uneasy, Jahan didn't answer. All day he waited for a chance to speak with Sinan. It did not come. Instead, shortly before sunset, 4 Janissaries arrived. Sinan greeted them. "Salamun alaikum, soldiers, what brings you here?" "We came to get one of your men, architect." Sinan said, "There must be a mistake. My laborers are honest people." "Not a laborer. An apprentice." Having overheard the conversation, Jahan walked towards them, sensing the inevitable. Just then Sinan asked, "Which one?" A soldier gave Jahan's name. Baffled, Sinan blinked. "He is a good student." "The Grand Vizier's orders," said the head of the soldiers, who respected the master and did not want to upset him by dragging off his apprentice. "He didn't do anything wrong, did he?" Sinan insisted. No one volunteered an answer. Into the awkward silence, Jahan muttered, "I'm sorry, master." Sinan's face crumpled as he realized there were things about which he did not know. Placing his hands on Jahan's shoulders, he squeezed hard, as if he wanted to pass on to him some of his faith. He said, "Whatever happens, I shall not leave you. You are not alone. God is with you." Jahan's throat constricted. He dared not open his mouth for fear a sob would escape his lips. The soldiers, respectfully, walked on either side of him. As soon as the sounds of the construction site had been reduced to a faint murmur, they manacled Jahan's hands. In this state he was taken to the Grand Vizier. "You," Rustem Pasha said, pointing a finger. "You had the effrontery to ambush the Sultan. Like a snake you slithered behind my back." Jahan felt sweat dampen his neck, he was trembling. "You intend to bring doom on the treasury, that's it? I inquired about you. You seem to be full of lies. Are you an Iranian spy?" "My vizier," Jahan said, his voice breaking, "I swear on the Holy Quran, I am no spy. I had no bad intentions." "We'll see about that." Rustem called the guards. This was how Sinan's unruly apprentice, in an effort to help his master bring water to the city, found himself being taken to the dark dungeons of the fortress of 7 towers, where hundreds and hundreds of souls had gone before him. But only a handful had come out alive. "Your name?" the scribe asked for the second time. Jahan was doing himself no favors by refusing to answer. Even so, something inside him resisted having his name added to that parchment, which included the name of every lowlife who had ever been caught in Istanbul. He was seized by an increasing fear that once you were written down, you would be entombed in this hole till the end of time. The scribe glared at him. His accent, in contrast with his handwriting, lacked the slightest grace. "I ask, you answer. If you don't, I chop off your tongue." The head warden, who had been watching them, interjected, "Now, no. Need to frighten the hen." "A royal hen, Effendi," said the scribe. "We shall see. All hens are the same with their feathers plucked." "That's right, Effendi." Regarding Jahan with a deadpan expression, the head warden did not laugh. Thin-faced and round-shouldered, he reminded Jahan of a boy in his village who used to catch toads, tie them on a stick and dissect them with his knife, all the while his face unchanging, his stare vacant. "We never had anyone like him, did we?" said the head warden, as if Jahan weren't in the room. "Yeah, quite a catch, this one." The Grand Vizier's catch. Jahan understood that they already knew everything about him. Asking his name, just like holding him in fetters when it was clear that he wasn't going to take flight, was for the sheer pleasure of annoying him. By remaining silent he was only prolonging the mockery. His voice came out hoarse when he spoke. "I'm our Sultan's elephant tamer and apprentice to the chief royal architect." A brief silence followed, pricked by the scratching of the scribe's plume. When he finished, the scribe said, "He's a sorry man, isn't he, Effendi?" "Sorry, for sure. Small man with a big enemy." Jahan swallowed hard. "My master will get me out of here." The head warden came so close that Jahan could smell his sour breath. Every man who rotted in here had a master. It did them no good. Those masters did not even go to their funerals. The scribe chuckled. Jahan insisted, "My master is different." "A cock that crows too soon is calling the butcher," said the head warden, and raising his voice, he said to the guards, "Take this prince to his palace." The guards shoved Jahan through a dingy, damp corridor. They went down a flight of stairs and entered a passageway so narrow that they had to proceed single file. Jahan could not help but notice the cracks on a wall where slimy green moss had gathered. They descended to another floor, then another. The stench got thicker, the gloom heavier. He stepped upon something that he knew instinctively had once been alive. They were in the belly of the tower. Save for a few sconces, it was so dark that If Jahan hadn't known it was morning when he had been brought here, he would have believed night had fallen. There were cells left and right, carved out like missing teeth in a mouth. Then he saw them. Hollow-cheeked, raw-boned, short and tall, young and old. Some were watching him, their foreheads resting against the iron bars. Others ignored him, turning their backs. Still others were lying on coarse mats. Every now and then, Jahan caught sight of a bony arm reaching out for a ladle of water, a haggard face peeking out from the shadows, turds piled beside buckets filled to the brim with excrement. One inmate cried out in a gravelly whisper, and when Jahan turned to hear what he was saying, he spat on his face. Unable to move his hands, Jahan tried to wipe off the phlegm with his shoulder. The prisoner laughed. Even when his lips had stopped moving, the laughter continued, low, creepy. In that moment Jahan felt like the tower was jeering at him. His knees gave way. True, he was a thief. But not like them. These people were bandits, murderers, rapists, marauders and brigands. He should not have been among them. Bitterness rose in his throat like bile, almost choking him. Walk, barked a guard. Ahead of them something squeaked. The guard shone his torch on it. A bat. Jahan wondered how it had got in. There was no time to ponder. Opening a rusty gate, the guards pushed Jahan into an empty dungeon. Here's your throne, your highness. Jahan waited for his eyes to get used to the dark. There were slivers of light from openings high above, no more than half a dozen and each no larger than a coin. This was where fresh air entered, if it did at all. He saw stone walls, a dirt floor, a threadbare mat and two wooden buckets, one of which was caked with faces, and the other filled with water in which a few dead insects floated. Hey, why didn't you bring him here? Someone yelled from across the hall. The man raved about what he would do to Jahan. At each lecherous remark, his mates hooted with laughter. They went on in this vein for a while, he shouting obscenities and smacking his lips, the others jeering. Soon they were singing a song, banging, clapping, stomping their feet. Such was the noise. Jahan could not help but steal a glance at their cell, which, in contrast to his, was bright with candles. One of the inmates, a lad with curly hair, almond eyes, dimpled cheeks, began to dance while the others whistled and cheered. With a slow sway, he pulled his shirt up, exposing his belly button, on which shone a tiny pearl. Underneath, a word was tattooed in letters large and legible enough for Jahan to make it out, beloved. Come on, Kamak. Shake that sweet rump. Emboldened, Kamak began to joggle his body. The harder he jerked and jiggled, the more ribald the taunting became. The other inmates, there were 4 of them, cackled, though Jahan noticed they were frightened of the bully. What struck him was that these prisoners were unchained, unlike himself and pretty much everyone else whom he had passed along the way. How they had obtained this privilege, Jahan could not possibly imagine. As Jahan was observing the lad, the bully had been observing him. Suddenly, he grabbed Kamak from behind and thrust himself forward as if mounting him. His cronies roared. Blushing, Kamak broke into a nervous smile. The ruckus must have been heard from everywhere, but the guards had disappeared. The bully produced a blade from out of his boot. He licked its cold, sharp end and held it against Kamak's throat. The lad's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, but he continued swinging. For a while the three were locked in a world of their own, the bully, the dancer, the blade. The bully stepped aside, rolled up his sleeve. His left arm was covered in bruises and lacerations, some of the latter had scabbed over, while others seemed to be recent. With one quick move he slashed his flesh from wrist to elbow. Trickles of blood dropped onto the floor, which, Jahan only now realized, was flecked with black stains. Try as he might to appear indifferent, Jahan went limp. It occurred to him that he could kill this man. That was when a voice penetrated the air. Enough, you lot. The command, unreal as it sounded, echoed off the walls and muted the commotion at once. Jahan glanced to his right, towards the cell at the end of the corridor. At first he saw nothing. Then, slowly, out of the dusk, strode a familiar face. Balaban. The bully gave a grunt. The chaps were having a bit of fun. Yeah? Tell 'em they're giving me a headache. The bully gestured to his men. They retreated to the corners of their cell. Including the lad, who reluctantly strutted away. One more thing, called Balaban. Stop cutting yourself, Abdullah. Don't want to see blood everywhere. It was for the newbie, Abdullah said, sounding offended that his gore wasn't appreciated. Well, the ceremony is over, Balaban said. He approached the iron bars of his cell, only now glancing at Jahan. What do you know? It's the Indian guy. There were 5 gypsies with him in his dungeon, loyal to the core. One by one they bobbed their heads and saluted Jahan. How did you end up in this shithole? Asked Balaban. I have upset the Grand Vizier, said Jahan. And you? Me? I've done nothing. Just gave a cutty a little tickle. Balaban had been arrested for stealing a coach that belonged to a judge. This man had thrown Balaban's distant cousin into jail and sent his great-uncle to the gallows tree. Determined to avenge his family, Balaban and his mates had purloined the cutty's jewels and kaftans, cooked the peacocks in his courtyard, kidnapped his 4th wife and set his stables on fire. Only when they set their sights on his brand new coach, brought from Frangistan and previously owned by a seigneur, had they been caught. In the dungeons of the Fortress of 7 Towers, Balaban was king. Amid the misery and wretchedness he had made an oasis, soft, silk cushions, a brazier for warmth, a brass pot to brew coffee, the carved oak chair that was his throne. The inmates either revered or avoided him, careful not to tread on his toes. For they all had loved ones outside, parents, wives, children. Even the fiercest prisoner was aware that, should he wrong Balaban, a member of the gypsy kith and kin would strike back. For Balaban was the head of an enormous tribe, the size of which was a mystery even to him. But this wasn't the only reason why he was held in the highest regard. Inmates and guards dreaded the Romani jinx, which, if cast on a full moon, could be purged only in 7 generations' time. Even after the culprit died, his grandchildren would suffer the consequences. All this Jahan learned fast. He suspected that behind the legends about Balaban was none other than Balaban himself. Next to Sinan, he was the most intelligent man Jahan had met. But whereas his master's wit was a calm, bottomless lake, Balaban's was a turbulent river, slopping and sloshing over, too tempestuous to follow a course. At night Jahan wrapped around himself a flimsy, moth-eaten blanket that reeked of every soul who had used it. Often it got so chilly his teeth chattered, the clatter reminding him of chisels chipping away at stone. Through the cracks in the walls the wind howled, insects scuttled, rats scurried. The thought of one of these creatures entering his ear or chewing up his nose was so terrifying he slept in fits and starts, awaiting the break of dawn, his head aching from clenching his jaw. He missed Chota. He longed to see Mirama once more, hear her satin voice. His previous life now seemed like a tale he vaguely knew, because he had once heard it from someone else. The guards were spiteful, the weeks painfully slow. Time became a winding staircase that reached nowhere. Loneliness, he could cope with; desertion he could not. Try as he might to find excuses, he could not comprehend why Sinan had not even sent him a message. In the early days, whenever he heard footsteps down the corridor, he had expected the guards to release him. Not anymore. Surely he was forgotten. He imagined them, Yusuf, Nicola, Davud, and his master, working as usual, unaffected by his absence. He saw Mirama with her handmaidens, contemplating her face in a Venetian mirror, silently mourning. Silently but not deeply. He thought about Chota and the animal tamers in the palace, each in his own world. Resentment and rage infested his soul, multiplying faster than the lice crawling on his head. Once a day they were given a piece of moldy bread and a gruel with bits of gristle, none of which Jahan could cram down without retching. Hunger did strange things, he found out. No matter what time of the day, he dreamed of food. All kinds of provisions. He talked to himself, arguing with those who had hurt him in the past. Captain Gareth, Carnation Camel Aga, the bear tamer Merka. Awake or asleep, he quarreled with each of them. In his cell Abdullah watched him with a wry smile, as though to say they were now beginning to look alike. A month into this, the guards brought in a boy with a face too pretty for his own good, a pilferer, as it turned out. He could barely walk, having received 100 strokes on each foot. Afterwards he had duly kissed the hands of his punisher, thanking him for teaching him the way of righteousness. He was asked to pay the man who had flogged him in return for having tired him so. The boy had not a single asper to his name. He was beaten again, and sent to the fortress of 7 towers. There was plenty of space in Jahan's cell, but the boy was put in the one opposite. It didn't take Abdullah long to start harassing him. The boy resisted fiercely. Every so often Jahan heard his reedy voice, infused with fear. Dark circles appeared under his eyes. Jahan suspected he could not lay his head down to rest for having always to be alert. One morning, having only just passed out at dawn, Jahan awoke to muffled sounds. He noticed Kamak first, plucking his eyebrows in one corner of his cell. The others were playing a game of dice, yelling and swearing. Then he saw them. Abdullah had propped his blade against the boy's throat, forcing him to be quiet as he pulled his breeches down. Everyone was feigning ignorance. Jahan ran to the bars and shouted at the top of his voice, "Balaban!" Not a sound. "Balaban, hey!" "What?" came a grumpy response. "Why are you braying like a horse?" "The boy is in a bad way." "So help him." "If I were to help every witless lad, I wouldn't have time to shit." "He's only a child." "So? If you're a mallet, knock; if you're a peg, bear the knocking." Jahan bellowed, "Damn you! Do something or else." The sentence dangled in the air, unfinished. Jahan hesitated, swallowing hard. With what could he possibly threaten him? He added, wearily, "It means you are no different than Abdullah." "Never claimed I was," Balaban replied. Abdullah chuckled. His hands fondling the boy's haunches, he said, "You want to save him? Come, swap places." An awkward silence descended as Jahan considered what to do. Balaban, Kamak, the boy, the inmates down the corridor, it felt as though everyone was waiting for his response. Jahan felt a burning shame and yet also the need to say something remarkable. I've an elephant. He's trampled many a man. When I get out of here, I swear he'll kill you. What is an elephant? Said Abdullah, sounding confused. A wild beast. Larger than a house. Abdullah scoffed. Did you swallow hashish, eh? Where did you find it? It's true. Elephants are the biggest animals on earth. Mine will make a hash of you. That's a lie. Abdullah said. You better believe him, Balaban broke in. Got an elephant myself. His elephant and mine are husband and wife. Clever animals. Smarter than you, for sure. They could squash you like a toad. Now that Balaban had sided with Jahan, Abdullah took the threat more seriously. Frowning, he asked, what do they eat? Human flesh, Jahan said. Liar. Abdullah said, though less certain this time. In that fleeting moment the boy freed himself from Abdullah's embrace and ran to the other side of the cell. He did not speak a word all day. Fortunately for him, he would soon be released. Glad as Jahan was to see him safe, he could not rise from his own mat to bid him farewell. He felt tired and thirsty and cold. Time had come to a stop for him. In fits of delirium, he kissed Mirama, laughed with Sinan, walked beside Nicola, Yusuf, and Davad. He saw a few ghouls and ifrits asterisk as well. One of them was quite pesky, insisting that he swallow a brew. I don't want anything from an ifrit, Jahan said. I'm no ifrit, you idiot. Jahan forced his eyes open. Balaban. Yeah, come on, drink. You're burning up. Holding the cup in one hand, Balaban helped Jahan to sit up and rest his back against the wall. What are you doing here? Looking after you. How did you get in? I've the keys to every cell in this corridor. You what? SHH, we'll talk about that later. Say, do you have a wife? Nay. How about a lover, eh? Big bosom, warm arse. Imagine she made a sherbet for you. Take a sip, don't break her heart. For the life of him Jahan could not think of Mirama preparing for him, or for anyone else, sherbet. Closing his eyes, he muttered, I don't want. Trust me and drink this. Trust you? You didn't help the boy. Balaban sighed. That boy was not one of ours. He had not sworn allegiance. If I protect everyone, how will I keep my own people loyal? I've enough to worry about. You know what they say, where there are two gypsies, there are three opinions. So you only protect yours. Yes, only family. Damn your family. Watch what you say, brother. Why should I help every rogue in this hole? Why are you helping me? I was wrong. You're worse than Abdullah. You talk to me like that and I'll rip out your tongue. Do it, said Jahan. Doesn't matter anymore. Unless, you are family. Then you can talk to me like that. Seized by a fit, Jahan coughed, his shoulders convulsing. When he found his voice again, he asked, what are you talking about? Let's make a deal. You drink this, get well. I throw a feast come this spring. I make you an honorary Romani. I don't have to chop out your tongue. A ripple of laughter came from Jahan's lips. Balaban glowered at him. You think it's funny? Nay, it's not that, Jahan said. I'd be honored. It's just, I don't think I'll get out of here. Abdullah, having eavesdropped on them from his cell, yelled, let him rot. Shut your trap. Balaban shouted. Lowering his voice, he said to Jahan, "You drink this, I make you a gypsy. This is an excellent brew, Daki Day's * recipe." In his state it didn't occur to Jahan to ask who that was. As soon as he took a sip, he spat it out. What's this? Disgusting. Balaban sighed. With one brisk move, he pulled Jahan's head back, pressed it against his shoulder and poured the liquid down his throat. Spilling and gasping, and coughing and retching, Jahan nevertheless swallowed half of it. "Good," Balaban said. Taking out a handkerchief from inside his waistcoat, he tied it around Jahan's head. "This spring, you become family." Whether it was the magic of the brew, which Jahan consumed 3 times a day for the next week, or sheer luck, of which he didn't think he had much, he overcame the illness. He even found the strength to start designing again. In the Fortress of 7 Towers, if hope was a scarcity, shit was a superfluity. The buckets were seldom emptied and Jahan's was no exception. A pile of excrement had accumulated in one corner. In days of old, architects had scratched their designs into plaster tracing floors. Jahan drew on his floor with a twig and used shit as ink. First he designed a caravanserai. Wiped it off, tried a manor house, one worthy of Miramah. His masterpiece was a prison building. Not vertical but horizontal. Through large openings in the ceiling it would get lots of light and fresh air. In his prison he would never place the young convicts with the old. Nor would he keep anyone in chains. The convicts could work in ateliers, learning carpentry or masonry. There would be workshops adjacent to the master building. Until this day Jahan had enjoyed designing buildings but had never really given any thought to those who would be using them and to how they would feel. Now it was different. He cared about people as much as he did about buildings. "What are you doing?" Balaban asked the next time he came to check on him. "Drawing an almshouse. This part is the kitchen. And here is the library. If every wise man in the city would teach there for a day, imagine how even the destitute could thrive." "Poor thing, you've gone mad," said Balaban, but he couldn't help asking, "How about the other?" "That's a hospital," said Jahan, pointing at the second drawing. "4 people. Madder than me. The building will contain them but without incarcerating them." "Well, do your drawings outside. I've got news." The Grand Vizier pardoned. "You? How do you know?" "I have family in the palace." A shadow crossed Jahan's face. "But why? What has changed?"